All right, so that should be up and running. Thanks very much for your patience, folks. Just so much going on. The first news that we're going to talk about is the motion that just came down related to Aidan TurtleBoy Kearney's phones in the context of the Karen Read trial. And if you're wondering, Towel, are you just so delirious at this point from everything that's been going on? 50 to 60 motions in limine, chaos in the world of Hank Brennan's path to obtain a consciousness of guilt, instruction against Karen Read by way of a theory of joint venture as to Kearney and Read potentially conspiring to torment witnesses in Read's own trial. The day started so many hours ago at 9 a.m. in Norfolk Superior Court, where Hank Brennan was arguing a motion in Aidan Kearney's case, not the Read case, to get access to Kearney's phones. Now, Brennan argues this motion, and in the middle of the hearing, Karen Read's lawyers just appear. Apparently, this was pre-planned because Aidan knew it was going to happen last night. It didn't do Aidan any favors or Karen because the motion just came down. We can take a look at it right now. I'm going to bring it up for you. And, that's what I wanted to bring up. The donation text, that is important. But I'm going to bring up the motion right now for you as well. And my word, it's not a motion, it's a ruling. Hank Brennan prevailed and more on his ruling. Now, we can watch a little bit of the oral arguments. You may have thought, had you watched the oral arguments, Hank Brennan might not win on this, etc. You also, if you've been watching this stream for a while, my name's Grant Smith Ellis, by the way. Thanks very much for those of you joining on X and YouTube. I will try to answer the questions that I see on YouTube. It's a little bit easier to do that than answering them on X because they kind of flash off the screen pretty quickly. But today has just been an absolutely chaotic day. And as I mentioned, if you had watched Hank Brennan's oral arguments, you might have thought to yourself on this motion for Aidan Kearney's phones, which Brennan announced today that he is going to be using for the purposes of filing a consciousness of guilt motion in the Karen Read trial, which means Hank Brennan will be able to call, Aidan Kearney is on the state's witness list. Hank Brennan will be able to call Aidan Kearney, potentially use this evidence from Aidan's phone against Karen, and then not only introduce the evidence to the jury, but get an instruction to the jury that that's evidence of Karen's consciousness of guilt regarding John O'Keefe's death. Because witness intimidation is one of the 5 or 6 prongs under the consciousness of guilt in jury instruction, and so that is a very dangerous thing for Karen Read to run into. Now, we're going to talk about why this motion is such a big deal. We're going to talk about the evidence that is already out there about Aidan Kearney's contacts with Karen Read. We're going to talk about how the intermediary, Natalie, between Aidan Kearney and Karen Read is now also on the state's witness list. And it's pretty clear, based on the public comments that are, the public messages that are already out there between Kearney and Karen Read, or between Kearney, Natalie, and Karen Read, or the record of contacts that are out there between Kearney, Alan Jackson, and David Yannetti, all of which center around a time period from roughly April of 2023 through to the fall or later of that year. Now, how interesting is it then that the motion that Hank Brennan sought in the order that came down from the court today related to Aidan Kearney's phones defines a specific series of dates, and who won the pony? What are those dates? Basically all centered around that exact same period of time that I just mentioned. But let's take a look at the key section at the end of this ruling that just came down, because this literally happened less than 45 minutes to an hour ago. I think Dee or Dag Nabbit was one of the first people to see it up on the docket, and then we got some people on the team Docket Rocket Stars started getting the documents around. I was able to get part of the document around, and this is the part that is the most important. So what had happened today in court was that Hank Brennan had requested access to just Kearney's searched phones, which were subject to a search in November 2024 in the context of ongoing criminal cases that Kearney is facing in Norfolk Superior Court and otherwise. There's, I think, 18 charges in Norfolk Superior Court relating to incidents from the fall of 2023 related to witnesses from the Karen Reed trial, and then also in December of 2023 related to wiretapping and witness intimidation in the context of independent journalist Lindsay Gattani, who of course was the first person to break the scoop that Karen Reed and Josh Levy were talking directly, but then some really subversive people tried to silence Lindsay because they tried to, in my opinion, use her as a pawn and as a proxy. And in an effort to silence Lindsay throughout the spring of 2024, those people ended up doing nothing but, in my opinion, making it more clear that there was parallel misconduct going on in both, although not necessarily in the context of John O'Keefe's death in that investigation, but within the context of the unit, the MSP unit that investigated Karen Reed. And we're talking both related to the unit being the same unit that investigated Sandra Birchmore's death and somehow determined it was the result of self-harm, despite the fact that Matthew Farwell was charged in August of 2024 with murder of a cooperating witness. The former Stoughton police officer Matthew Farwell was charged with that crime for Sandra Birchmore's death. And then, of course, you had the very strange situation with Lindsay, who I think, because Lindsay was one of the first independent journalists to figure out that Aidan Kearney was bragging about Karen Reed having a direct line to Josh Levy, I think the state police went to Lindsay and tried to get information about the federal probe into Sandra Birchmore's death, which had started in the fall of 2023. And when the powers that be at the state police realized Lindsay didn't have any information about the Sandra Birchmore probe for a number of reasons, Lindsay became kind of what is the word, expendable. And then that situation ended up being horrifying, and it crescendos. And it relates to Aidan Kearney's phones, of course, because there are criminal charges that Kearney picks up related to Lindsay, and then Kearney picks up an RO violation on February 26, 2024, related to Lindsay. But this whole time, this key insight about Karen Reed's connection to Josh Levy coming by way of Aidan Kearney talking to Lindsay Gattani ends up kind of blowing the lid months and months and months in advance on this weird pretextual federal probe that's now confirmed as closed into John O'Keefe's death, which potentially only started because Rachel Rollins, the former U.S. attorney, and another prosecutor in the U.S. attorney's office in the public integrity section named Dustin Chow had grudges against Michael Morrissey, the Norfolk DA. And therefore, when Karen Reed and her lawyers walked in to Josh Levy's office in November of 2022, pitching this tale about crazy cop conspiracies, that the former DOJ was very likely to buy it. But it led to this unfortunate situation where there was a lot of overlap between Reed's defense and the feds under the old DOJ, who were kind of giving a wink and a nod to Reed's team to engage in a lot of misconduct. But anyway, Lindsay Gattani got close enough where she figured that out, but then Lindsay Gattani got retaliated against by a number of players in this unfortunate, chaotic story for figuring that out, and that somehow culminated in the state police taking a 15-year extraction of Lindsay's phone, manipulating it to remove just messages from Kate Tully and Brian Tully and Kate Peter in the context of Aidan Kearney's criminal investigations and charges, and then leaking that manipulated extraction to Kearney himself. So I think, in my opinion, he could release all of that information through proxies to distract public attention from Jen McCabe and put it on Lindsay Gattani. That's a whole crazy another part of that arc that's ridiculous. But anyway, that's a little digression, which is all to say Aidan Kearney's phones have a lot of shit on them, because Aidan Kearney was doing a lot of crazy shit, and there's documented records of a lot of these contacts, which are in the evidentiary record in some contexts already. But just the fact that now Brennan is going to get access to these search phones, a lot of that material, because it only came about in November of 2024, the search of these two phones from Kearney that were seized in the context of his ongoing criminal cases. No one really knows what's on there, other than to say there are very strong hints based on already publicly available information, whether they be court documents, whether it be the seizure of Karen Reed's cell phone or otherwise, showing that there were extensive contacts. And in fact, if you look at page 29, 30, and 31 of the search warrant affidavit for Karen Reed's cell phone, which we can look at today, I will bring it up actually as soon as we finish reading this order. Let's take a look at the evidence the state had before they searched Kearney's phone in November of 2024. If you can't tell, folks, by the way, this is a huge deal. It's some words on a piece of paper, but the reverberations, the repercussions, the manifestations are just explosive. That's why I went live. I wanted to not only go over this motion, but explain in the context of this sort of crescendoing consciousness of guilt theory, and by way of joint venture between Karen Reed and Aidan Kearney that I've been kind of predicting over the past, I don't know, few weeks, ever since the first moment Hank Brennan said the word consciousness of guilt and emotion. He wasn't even talking about a consciousness of guilt motion. He was foreshadowing it, I think, in the motion for Kearney's phones. I was like, yep, no, I know exactly what's going on. And so this is the dam breaking. I can't emphasize that enough. This wall comes down now, and Hank Brennan gets access to material from Aidan Kearney's phones for use in Karen Reed's trial, and Aidan Kearney's on the witness list. But all right, enough background. There's a lot of background you can read. More on my Twitter feed. Everything that I just said, I can cite to. I've written extensively about. You can read about it more on my Twitter. But that's as broad a background for this crazy chaos that I can give in as sort of a preface to this ruling. The Commonwealth, and so, by the way, in court this morning, that's what I was going to explain. Brennan, as I said, was asking for all the phones. This is a ruling where Brennan's going to be given access to material on the phones, not all the phones. And notice the judge kind of softens it a little bit for Kearney in the beginning. But if you get that kind of ruling where the judge throws you a bone in the beginning, it means your side's going to get screwed in the end normally. The Commonwealth's request as presented would scoop up an entire universe of Mr. Kearney's own messages, photos, videos, and communications with others. Kind of like you did to Lindsay Gattani, Commonwealth. With no regard for or limitation based on whether the defendant knew or was involved in such communications. As to that type of data, the court finds the Commonwealth has not met its burden under Lampron as to showing either relevance or evidentiary value in the current cases under Lampron. No. All right, I saw where the judge was going. With regard to Lampron's other requirements, the court finds, this is where you know you're screwed. The court finds that the Commonwealth has adequately shown its need for the now further limited subset of data in question, as it pertains to the Commonwealth's prosecution of the case, namely that it cannot properly prepare for the trial without such material and that such materials are not otherwise procurable. The court also finds that the request has been made in good faith, that the failure to obtain the materials may tend to unreasonably delay the trial. Accordingly, the motion is allowed in part such that the court orders the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, specifically Special Assistant District Attorney Robert Cosgrove, to produce from the two previously identified cell phones that were obtained through search warrants in connection with the two criminal cases currently proceeding against Mr. Kearney, Commonwealth v. Aidan Timothy Kearney, 2482 CR 0043 and 2382 CR 0313. Any and all evidence of communications between the defendant and Mr. Kearney. So this, the judge is saying, okay, the order's allowed, but it's limited to this material. And remember the scope of this material because it ends up being very important when we review what the state had in its possession before November of 2024, not to mention what they're probably going to find afterwards. There's a there, folks. It's a big there, and it's a big problem. Any and all evidence of communications between the defendant and Mr. Kearney concerning communication between Mr. Kearney and any witness or family member of a witness involved in the murder of John O'Keefe. Sorry. To include but not limited to, what they're saying is any witnesses in the case of John O'Keefe's murder, Karen's case, to include but not limited to Matthew McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Christopher Albert, Colin Albert, Juliana Albert, Michael Proctor, and Elizabeth Proctor. Key part, from April 8th, 2023 to October 5th, 2023. That's devastating. When we read the document next from Karen Reed's search warrant, or, pages 29 through 31, I'm pretty sure, it's devastating. Pictures or videos depicting evidence of intimidation of a witness, communications between Mr. Kearney and any witness or family member of a witness. Oh, so anything Kearney sent to any of those people or any of their family members. Pictures or videos depicting evidence of intimidation of a witness or any witness or family member of a witness involved in the, I guess it is, there's no the, because the judge did it twice, in murder of John O'Keefe, to include but not limited to Matthew McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Christopher Albert, Colin Albert, Juliana Albert, Michael Proctor, and Elizabeth Proctor from 4/8/23 to 10/5/23. Now this is the big one, number 3. Data evidencing dissemination of data depicting evidence of intimidation of a witness or of a witness or of any witness or family members of a witness involved in murder of John O'Keefe, to include but not limited to Matthew McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Christopher Albert, Colin Albert, Julianne Albert, Michael Proctor, Elizabeth Proctor, same dates. Okay, so 3 big categories. Any communication from Kearney to those people or their family members or any witnesses in the case. Pictures or videos depicting evidence of intimidation. Ooh. I wonder who told Richie to go with Aidan to that kids lacrosse game. I wonder if Microdots is going to end up on the witness list. It seriously might happen, because he's material as a witness to whether Karen sent, Karen obviously, in my opinion, sent Aidan to that kids lacrosse game to ask Jen McCabe questions. But Richie being involved, especially if it was at Karen's behest, is exactly the kind of thing that would fall under that. And then data evidencing dissemination of data depicting evidence of oh my God, that's a broad category. Anything Aidan talked about in relation to disseminating the data, and it doesn't mean public dissemination. That means anything Aidan talked about as to sending it to Karen or disseminating it to anyone, whether he was going to blog about it or just sending it to his contacts. And I think it's those first 2 phones that Aidan's really worried about too. I think those first 2 phones are the gold mine. Wow. So we're going to take a look at this Karen Reed search warrant affidavit from back in 2024. Let's take a look at the contacts the state had before the November 2024 warrant. But before we do that, let me take a look at the comments here. D says, hi, Grant. Kid Check the Rhyme says, did AJ, Yannetti, and Little open themselves to being witnesses because they were at the hearing today? Yeah, that is interesting. Are their names on the list? Did I saw someone say I thought they saw the names of those lawyers on the witness list for the state, the updated one, but I only saw 2 new names, Natalie and Peggy O'Keefe, whose name is Margaret. I call her Mrs. O'Keefe, although I don't know her. Did give Paul O'Keefe the sign of the cross today, though. I didn't say anything to him, though. Lucy R. says, great coverage, Grant. Thanks for the explanation. So thorough. We love you here in the Netherlands. Oh, did you know I have family in the Netherlands? And I also really like to go to Amsterdam from time to time. I like to spend time around Grey area. And I went to Holland. I went to the Holland football match one time back in, I don't know, it was a long time ago, 2017. That was interesting. Anyway, all of that's to say, thanks very much for being with me as well, Lucy. I'm sorry I don't speak Dutch yet. My sister does, though. And I think she has a child now that speaks Dutch. I don't know if he speaks English and Dutch or just Dutch. He's a nice kid, though. Will they provide Natalie the German with a German translator? I think Natalie speaks English. Wow, the first 2 phones. Yes, agreed, Maui Swift. And hello, Rosewater from Germany. Hello. I have never been to Germany. I know a lot about Germany, but I've never been. I studied at one point the process you had to take if you were a diplomat and wanted to travel from France to Berlin. And there was these very specific protocol you had to follow when dealing with the East German border guards versus the Soviet border guards. It was a very complex protocol, but I find that's what I think about Germany. I think about the pre-fall of the Berlin Wall and the Autobahn. All right. That was a little bit of a distraction. Thanks very much for that. I appreciate it, and I appreciate all of you who are here. Let's get back to taking a look at what I said I was going to bring up, which is the KR search warrant. Now, why am I calling it the KR search warrant? Well, that's because I have it itemized in my strange brain index thing, my mind map. In that specific way, I have the file named, I think, KR search warrant. So I'm going to do my best to locate that file for you right now. I remembered earlier that I wanted to go through it, but the picture I have saved and that I was going to bring up isn't great. It's 3 screenshots of page 29, 30, and 31. I think what I'm going to do for you all, because I am so helpful, is I'm just going to locate my version of this file. I found it because I'm a towel. All right. KR search warrant. These documents aren't easy to find either. This document definitely like disappeared for a while, but Towel has located it again. And I'm not saying it disappeared like from my archives, but it became really hard to find in public for a while. All right, so KR search warrant. Feel kind of bad the other European folks, like Murder by Maestro, might not be able to join us. I hope it's not too late. All right, hold on, pulling it up. KR search warrant. It should show up on your screen right about now. Did I pull it off? Yeah, look at that. I'm a towel. All right, give me 1 second. Okay, are you ready for this? Are you ready to see this? This is not what Karen Reed wants to see on the screen right now. I'll tell you that. That's what you get. I'm a towel. All right. What 2 phones did they... Oh, Karen had a purple case and a white case. No, she had a purple phone with a green case and a white phone with a clear case. Where's your pink case? Inventory was done by Fanning. They think... Oh, Tully did the warrant. They think Reed may have used his phone while committing a crime and may also be evidence of a crime or evidence of criminal activity. So, by the way, this phone isn't... Oh, Judge Krupp. Wow, Judge Krupp signed that order, huh? Wow, Judge Krupp's been involved in this, in both of these cases. It's funny because most people wouldn't know that signature, but I know that says Peter B. Krupp at the bottom of that document. I've seen enough of his orders. Anyway, this is the search warrant, by the way, for Karen Reed's cell phone. This isn't what we're talking about being introduced. This wasn't what Brennan motioned for. But if you notice here, this affidavit has a lot of information about this was written sometime in the winter of 2024. So this was months before, 10 months before or so, Aidan Kearney's cell phones were searched. And this was just... Oh, okay. All right. So this is just the evidence that the state had in early 2024, before Kearney's search. They already had... Let's see. Let's just go through it, because this is... I mean, Brennan's going to have more than this, but if you guys... There's no secrets here. This is... Oh, I guess this... I don't know how this... I got this document on, like, social media or something. Somebody put it up on, like, a flip book or something, and then it got taken down. I don't know who the fuck put it up. But I'm pretty sure this information is going to be like 80% of what Brennan's going to find. There might be some really damaging other stuff too, because obviously this was done 10 months. Actually, there is going to be way more damaging stuff. So this is just like, now that I think about it, probably 1/3 of what Hank Brennan's going to find. And remember those categories, by the way, folks. Actually, you know what? That's what we're going to do. We're going to bring up the categories next to the text that we're going to read, and then each time that the text comes up, or the categories come up, we are going to reference it. We're going to cross-reference it. So this is just the material that we're going to go through right now, folks. This is just material that was from winter of 2024. This is just what the state had, or what they thought they had on Aidan Kearney's phone, or they knew they had evidence of at that point. All right, so let's find it. Here we go. All right, there we go. Let me just zoom in on this for you. How do I end up reading 30-page documents all the time? Like, I'm just like, I'll do a casual stream tonight, just try to go over the news, explain why it's important. And then I end up reading like 30-page documents just all the time. Like, there's just never an escape for your tormented little towel. All right, where can I put this thing? I'm not going to put it over my head. Hold on 1 second. All right, there we go. And I know that writing isn't very large, but it helps me reference it, and then we can just use that as our point of reference. All right. Here we go. So this explains the background of the case. On the morning of 1/29/2022, John O'Keefe was found unresponsive on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road, Canton, Mass. He was transported to Good Samaritan Hospital, where he was pronounced deceased. The Office of the Chief Medical Examiner determined the cause of death to be blunt force to the head and hypothermia. Evidence was presented to the Norfolk grand jury that indicated the night of January 28, 2022, Reed and O'Keefe were at two Canton restaurants, C.F. McCarthy and The Waterfall, where they met friends. After The Waterfall closed at shortly after midnight, Reed and O'Keefe were invited to 34 Fairview Road, Canton. Witnesses stated Reed and O'Keefe did not enter 34 Fairview Road. The Norfolk grand jury indicted Karen Reed on second-degree murder, motor vehicle manslaughter while OUI and leaving the scene of a motor vehicle crash causing death. The indictment alleges Reed struck O'Keefe with her motor vehicle and left the scene. The case is currently pending in Norfolk Superior Court, 2282 CR 00117. The lead investigator for the above investigation is Trooper Michael Proctor, former Trooper Michael Proctor of the Massachusetts State Police, assigned to the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit. Former Trooper Proctor testified before the grand jury and continues to conduct investigative work on the case. Michael Proctor is married to Elizabeth Proctor. Elizabeth is not a witness to the investigation, but a family member is mentioned in MGL 268-13B. That's the witness intimidation statute, which is the constitutional foundation of the buffer zone outside the Karen Reed trial as well. During the investigation into John O'Keefe's death, witnesses were identified, interviewed, and testified before the grand jury. These civilian witnesses were present with O'Keefe and Reed in the hours leading up to O'Keefe's death and his discovery on 1/29/2022. The witnesses include Matt McCabe, interviewed by investigators. Matt was with O'Keefe and Reed at the Waterfall restaurant before O'Keefe's death, observed an SUV believed to be Reed's in front of 34 Fairview. That was around 12:31 or so in the morning. It was actually parked in front of Fairview between 12:24 and 12:31, according to Reed's Lexus data, before Reed backed up to 24.5 miles an hour, allegedly striking John and then leaving John to die in the snow, and testified at the grand jury. Jennifer McCabe, interviewed by investigators. Jennifer was with O'Keefe and Reed at the Waterfall restaurant before O'Keefe's death, observed an SUV believed to be Reed's in front of 34 Fairview, was with Reed when O'Keefe was found unresponsive and testified at the grand jury. Brian Albert, interviewed by investigators. Brian was with O'Keefe and Reed. Did you refer to the other one? Oh, Jennifer. Okay. Brian was with O'Keefe and Reed at the Waterfall restaurant, homeowner of 34 Fairview Road, and testified at the grand jury. Julie Albert, wife of Chris, interviewed by investigators. Julie was with O'Keefe and Reed at the Waterfall restaurant before O'Keefe's death and testified at the grand jury. Chris Albert, husband of Julie, first interviewed by investigators on February 10, 2022. Chris was with O'Keefe and Reed at the Waterfall restaurant before O'Keefe's death and testified at the grand jury. I think Karen wanted Chris to go open his pizza shop or something, and he didn't want to do it or something like that. That's how he came into all this. Interviewed by investigators. Colin Albert, son of Chris and Julie. Colin Albert was the person who wasn't even at the home at Fairview Road when Karen and John pulled up, who, for whatever reason, even though he's a wonderful kid, Karen was like, let's throw this kid into our crazy conspiracy with a dog and Carmen Sandiego and the guy with the mustache from the board game Clue. It was a dog with the candlestick somewhere on the road outside of Canton. That's Karen's theory. By the way, we also found out today in a new interview that aired overnight that Karen's mom came, literally threw Chloe dog under the bus for no reason, because Karen's mom, without even seeing pictures of John's autopsy photos, which, by the way, Karen, I think, also shared with TurtleBoy, and that's probably going to be on his phone, too, and that's going to be a big problem. But Karen called her mom and was like, this is what I think John's autopsy photos look like. And then Karen's mom says over the phone, without seeing the pictures or getting any information or finding out that there's no dog DNA, she's like, oh, what if a dog did it? Poor Chloe dog. She probably didn't even know what happened. The Janet Reed just comes in and is like, I've decided that Chloe is at fault here, with no reasonable basis for that. And then all of a sudden it sparks into this PR theory about the damn dog who did nothing. Leave the fucking dog alone. Can't believe I even have to say that. What the fuck? Oh my God. This whole case is just absolutely ridiculous. Even when you spend months and months and months. First of all, this thing is all-consuming. If you try to... It's not just understanding the events of that night, but it's all the different social circles and the political dynamics and the proxy wars and the... Oh, just... God, the chaos. But then you actually pause sometimes when reading documents like this, and you're like, what the fuck did I get myself in the middle of? What the fuck is all this shit? You don't realize it when you're just living it day to day, because you're like, oh yeah, like that happened, and of course that's normal, and the state police leaking, 15-year cell phone extractions, and you just come to live in this like strange, like uncanny valley world where everything's normal. But then you read it like this. One, Tully's an alright writer, although him and I have our differences. Never met the man. I don't think him and I like looking at each other would be a very good situation. And if I'd be like, I don't even know what I would say. I'd be like, why? Like, how the fuck did you let that shit happen? Like, what the fuck? Also, fuck Kate Peter. That's what I would say to him. Fuck Kate Peter. And then I would give him a chance, see how he responded, and then I would just kind of walk away. I don't know. That whole situation's ridiculous. Anyway, let's continue. That was just me pausing. By the way, this is the search warrant for Karen Reid's cell phone from this winter of 2024, and I just want to point out that although we're about to see a lot of the potential evidence that's going to be revealed from Aidan Kearney's phone in line with the scope of the court order that's sitting on the left of my head, your left, my left, I don't know, the right side of my head, the left side on your screen. This is the new court order that just came down indicating that Hank Brennan now gets access to all this information that is on Aidan Kearney's two searched and seized cell phones, which were searched in November of 2024. Now, I think they may have been seized prior to that, so maybe a lot of this, and I don't know when the exact search happened, etc., but this information that we're going to see in this application for a warrant to search Karen's phones, I think is going to show, and I know it does because I've read it before, a lot, and it's a big preview of what I think Hank Brennan's going to get when now that he probably got it right away, maybe by tonight, tomorrow, when he gets to look at all the material in line with that enumerated three categories that we talked about in the ruling from the judge in Norfolk Superior Court or earlier in Brennan's favor from Kearney's phones. But let's continue. In an April 2023 motion filed by Reid's defense attorneys, note, this is right before Reid starts talking to Kearney by way of Natalie, who I think was introduced to this whole thing through Jen Altman, or it was because Jen Altman knew Natalie that Natalie got linked up with TurtleBoy, or TurtleBoy got linked up with Natalie. There's some weird Jen Altman thing with that. And there's some other, I don't know what Jen Altman's. Oh, yeah, I do know. Randazza? Some connection to Randazza? Randazza gave me a compliment one time when I just shredded him on losing in federal court as to the constitutionality of 268.13b. He tried to challenge its facial and as-applied validity, and it just got eviscerated in federal district court on the grounds of compelling state interest. And I was like, thanks for affirming the constitutional validity of the buffer zone, Randazza. Like, what the fuck? That was counterproductive. You'd have been better off not challenging it, because now you've set the precedent that 268.13b can be invoked to create a court buffer zone, and it's never going to be overturned. Thanks. All right. So, by the way, April 2023, that's right around, we're going to find out when Aidan Kearney and Karen Reid started communicating, initially by way of the intermediary Natalie, and then eventually directly. By the way, there is just a plethora of fucking information in this document, so if you're just tuning in and you're like, oh, I wonder if Grant's going to be able to provide some interesting subtext on today's ruling about Aidan Kearney's cell phones. Yeah, I would say that this KR search warrant is probably the most material document as to providing some type of prescient foreshadowing as to the nature of what Hank Brennan's going to discover within the three enumerated categories from the judge's ruling earlier today, providing Brennan access to Aidan Kearney's two seized cell phones for the purpose of reviewing those information from those three categories. All right. In an April 2023 motion filed by Reed's defense attorneys, defendant motioned for an order pursuant to Mass Rule Criminal Procedure directed to Brian Albert, Verizon, and AT&T, alleged police misconduct and a conspiracy among the civilian witnesses to frame Reed for the death of O'Keefe. The motion calls Brian Albert a suspect, which he was never, Jennifer McCabe a conspirator, which she was never, and who took calculated steps to purge her phone of the inculpatory evidence. That did not happen. Jennifer McCabe never deleted any Google searches from her phone. That was an outrageous misinterpretation of a right-ahead data point in the Celebrate GUI by Karen Reed's quote-unquote expert Richard Green, who himself has a past criminal history, apparently an arrest for filing a false police report and public intoxication or battery. Those three things, in fact. Green just completely misread right-ahead data in the WallDB file from McCabe's cell phone extraction, and by virtue of that blatant misread, that led to this cacophony of just nonsensical smears by way of court motions and otherwise, and media interviews and whatever from the Reed team. It was like a whole new sort of evolution of what's called innocence fraud. It's like this PR campaign to, you know, you can't win on the facts, you know you can't win on the law, so you try to win outside the courtroom by poisoning the jury pool. That's what basically started it all, that April 2023 motion. A local blogger, Aidan Kearney, this was winter 2024, has adopted defense's claims. Kearney runs a series of websites and social media accounts under the name TurtleBoy. The social media accounts include TB Daily News, X, formerly Twitter, 33,800 followers. This was back then. Aidan Kearney, Dr. TurtleBoy. X, formerly Twitter, 50,000 followers. TurtleBoy, Facebook, 37,000 followers. And TurtleBoy Live, YouTube, 48,000 followers. Beginning on April 18, 2023, Kearney began posting articles to his website and social media accounts where he adopted the defense allegations as true and makes personal attacks on civilian witnesses, members of their family, and their friends. Kearney authors and publishes a blog on the website tbdailynews.com. The website has a series of articles entitled Canton Cover-Up. As of December 21st, at least 259, he's at like 280 or more now, have been posted to the website under this category regarding Karen Reed. Kearney posts weekly videos to YouTube where he has discussed Karen Reed and made statements regarding witnesses. Below are a small selection of verbal statements made by Kearney in these videos that have been published to followers and are publicly available for viewing without being a subscriber or follower and have been archived by investigators. Episode 594. Could you tell how much I was thinking about with that last few words? Episode 594. TurtleBoy returns to Canton. Video posted shortly after Kearney visits home of witnesses. This is not my last trip to Canton. I will be back. 57-minute mark. I'll be back. Get used to this. These people think that I'm fucking around. You haven't seen the last of me. Get used to it. Get used to it. 119 mark. By the way, I'm quoting Kearney from a affidavit. This is Kearney's YouTube shows, and it's quoted in this search warrant affidavit for Karen's phones, but we're going to find out that it's directly tied to the information we learned today, I imagine, that Hank Brennan's going to get from Kearney's phones. Episode 598. This guy, Chris Albert, has his head on the swivel looking for turtle riders. I got bad news for you, Chris. I got really bad news for you. They're literally everywhere. You guys should just stop going out in public. That's ridiculous. It's only going to get worse from here. Turtle riders, come up and say hello to me and give me hugs. I don't know why TurtleBoy feels like he has, this ability to be like, you shall, go up and torment these random people. If anything, I kind of feel like it's an insult to the intelligence of the TurtleBoy fans who are, their own people. And, they're all interested in their own things, and they all have their own autonomy and do their own thing. And if anything, I would be kind of offended. I'd be like, how dare you tell me? I'll form my own opinion. But, that's a complicated dynamic. It's only going to get worse from here. I know where you were today. You were in Agawam, weren't you? Is that a town? I think that's a town. You guys were at some sort of Little League thing in Agawam. Alberts, McCabe's, all you people were there. Just know that there will be no life as normal is over. Life as normal you had normal for a while there from 1/29 to about April 2023. Oh my God, this fucking moron. He literally admitted it. You guys literally, he got involved in April 2023 and it was like, you had life. Oh my God. You guys literally got away. No, they did not. Karen Reed almost got away with a murder. While discussing video of Chris Albert being confronted outside a Canton restaurant, Kearney and his audience, are getting to them, Chris Albert and other witnesses. When you act this way, that's like a green light for me. Time to hit the gas. Why do you say these things, Aidan? I got pictures of you. Oh my God. You can't leave the fucking country. Turtle Riders, we're going to find you. You're going to send the Turtle Riders around the world for after them. Turtle Rider witness intimidation cruise. Jesus fucking Christ. By the way, I read more, if you wonder why I cuss sometimes. I read a part of the Bible and tried to figure out if using profanity is a sin. And my interpretation of that section of the Bible is that you can use curse words and invoke God's name, just not for profane or sort of evil purposes. So I've now adapted this sort of general acceptance of cursing because it's not technically, in my opinion, a sin, as long as you're invoking the curse words and God's name, for that matter, for noble and benevolent rather than subversive or evil purposes. Just had to throw that in there. It was important to me. I had to do the research. Anyway, sorry, this is some pretty dark stuff. And I realize I'm making a joke of it, but literally I do think that some turtle riders will either be on vacation or whatever and just have eyes out, which is so trivial. Who cares? Just let people go about living their fucking life. If they're gonna be crossed, let them be crossed in court. You leave your house, you're gonna have your picture taken, so you need to get used to the new normal, your new normal. That doesn't really happen as much anymore. They just go out. Yes, it's definitely torment, but it didn't really. And I can see why this, in my opinion, this was a problem. This wasn't, and this, my opinion, this is way beyond speech and ideological posturing. This is literally trying to openly saying that this man wanted the witnesses to live in a state of fear. That's directly verbatim what the statute contemplates. And it was done in the context of their participation in an upcoming trial, too, which makes it so much worse. This is the kind of thing, now that I'm actually reviewing it, this is the kind of thing I think a jury could actually convict on. I wonder if Hank Brennan's, maybe he's going to read it now. I don't know if Hank Brennan's going to plea this motherfucker out if he hasn't seen this shit. I don't think he's going to plea this fucker out after seeing some of this shit. I'd have a hard time doing it. Honestly, I would plea Karen out. And I don't talk to any of the decision makers, so I can make all sorts of commentary. But you put me in that chair, you put me in that position with everything that I know and everything we're going to read in this document, I would plea Karen out. 3 to 6 sentence cap. Give her the manslaughter. I think she'll learn from this. I don't necessarily know if she'll grow as a person, but I do think she will learn from this and be a lot more careful. And I think for some reason, she really cares about driving. So if that's the leverage that gets you some more years, fine. 3 to 6 hard cap, manslaughter, but it's conditional on a continuing cooperation agreement against TurtleBoy. That's how I would do it. Just read. We are only 4 pages in of 31, and I'm already nope, no wheeling and dealing for Kearney. Nope, absolutely not. Nope. And we're only 10 paragraphs in, and it gets way worse. By the way, Lindsay Gattani absolutely comes up in this, and so does Natalie. And anyone who's paying attention and has not tried to speak to both of those people directly and is trying to tell this story, you're either being fucking manipulated or you are a fucking subversive, manipulating asshole. Also, fuck you, Kate Peter. I don't think you realize, Kate Peter, just to speak to you directly, the extent of my coverage of the Cannabis Control Commission, by analogy, is a good example of when I think something is really wrong systemically. Kate Peter, you are the embodiment of everything that is wrong with the justice system. Absolutely everything. It all orbits around you. As much as Aidan is the problem, at least he fucking owns up to it and just stands out in public and is like, I'm a fucking asshole, basically. That's literally what he does. You, on the other hand, motherfucker, Kate Peter, try to package that shit under the artificial veneer of benevolence. And that's fucking dangerous. Way too fucking dangerous, in my opinion, to the integrity of the justice system for you not to be directly addressed in this way and spoken about and literally called out. And I don't give a fuck about this interplay with all these fucking documentaries. I found out that I got multiple documentary invitations that I just missed because I didn't look at my Facebook others inbox. I don't give a fuck about that shit. Fuck you people. I know you rely on my information. That's not what me being involved is not what's important to me. It's you fuckers trying to manipulate and cover up information to protect your fucking narratives. Narrative hunting is my favorite thing in the entire world, especially when they're subversive narratives. That's the syntactical playing field that I like to sort of engage with. The emergence of narratives within the larger Hegelian syntactical synthetical form. And that's what I'm really fucking worried about. What some of these fuckers behind the scenes are trying to do with selling their proximity to some of these witnesses, selling their whatever bullshit narratives for book deals, speaking tours, whatever the fuck. Fuck you, motherfuckers. When did it shift from obtaining justice, speaking truth, and explaining to people this convoluted series of events to, oh, time to whatever the fuck, go cash in and coordinate deals and massage narratives and do these interviews and get dressed up like a goth and have your hair paid for and your teeth paid for? Fuck you. Fuck yourself. You're a piece of shit. And anyone involved in it. Fuck your Hollywood wheeling and dealing. Fuck you. You're all worthless pieces of fucking shit. And any of you who are involved in looking the other way because it helps your posturing and your standing, fuck you. You're sellouts. Fucking cowards. Fuck you. Maybe I'll be nice to your face, but this is how I really feel about you. And it is underlying the surface of every interaction. And I want you to know it. All right, now here we go. This was the quote I remember actually from Kearney. That made me be like, what the fuck are you saying, Aidan? So this was Aidan saying, I said from the beginning, I don't want this to go to trial. That's literally basically openly saying that a lot of what was driving your engagement with the witnesses was because you wanted to impact the trial. That's what 268.13b contemplates as a problem. Oh my God. Since April 2023, Kearney traveled to Canton on several occasions. On one occasion, Kearney went to D&E Pizza. Well, he's been there a lot. 618 Washington Street, Canton, which is owned by Chris Albert. Chris Albert and his wife, Juliana Albert, were with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed prior to the homicide. I thought Chris Albert's wife is Julie Albert. I thought Juliana was the daughter or something. There's a lot of Alberts. Chris has been interviewed by investigators. During the visit to D&E Pizza, maybe Juliana is her full name and her shortened name is Julie. That would make sense. Chris has been interviewed by investigators. During the visit to D&E Pizza, Kearney confronted Chris. Kearney later stated on a video posted on YouTube for his followers to confront Chris Albert, order food from D&E Pizza with the intent of not paying for the food, and harass. Yeah, that was fucked up. Like, that was fucked up. That's like blatant economic harm, especially if there's quotes of him saying, order food and then don't pay for it. Like, why the fuck would you do that? I used to go in there and Chris would try to offer me food and I would put like $20 bills in the tip jar because I was like, I can't take this food from you. Like, you're being tormented. Like, whatever. I remember one time, he wasn't even, I think I like brought him a gift or something, like just like I was giving him like a bottle of wine or something and he wasn't there, so I gave it to his workers and they were like, We're so used to being tormented. No one's ever given us a gift. And I was like, well, I feel terrible for what you're fucking going through. And anyway, so, but yeah, I mean, it just imagine the idea of a small town pizza place that's like a mom and pop shop just being tormented with fake orders for no reason, to the point where people have to start up like this drive to call in and pay for food that goes into a food sort of like credit account so that the donations can offset the losses and that food can go to local charities in the town. It was the most ridiculous situation that had ever happened. And did have some silver linings at the end of the day, because I think the power and numbers of the good people in the world outweighed the powers and number of the bad. But it was still really fucked up. Chris Albert stated he has had a vast increase in the number of telephone orders not picked up or paid for since Kearney made those statements on his YouTube. Yeah, like I remember I went in there for lunch one day, and just in like, it was a while ago, but just in 2 hours, and then when things were kind of calming down, I saw fake calls for orders. But the thing is, they were definitely, by then, I think, smart enough to know if somebody was fucking around. But just, why would you ever do that to a mom and pop shop, which is literally like the cornerstone of local economies, especially in Massachusetts? Like, local pizza shops are the cornerstone of local economies. And they have very good pizza, too. Their slices are actually a very good deal for how big of slices of pizza you get. In July of 2023, Kearney posted a blog on his website regarding Chris Albert. The blog contains a video where Chris was confronted by a follower of Kearney outside of Canton Restaurant, referred to in video, episode 598. Breaking, Karen Reed defense files motion to recuse. Yeah, how'd that motion go? In the blog post, Kearney writes, "Let's keep this up." Oh, he was encouraging his followers. "I was so proud to see Turtle Riders Unafraid confronting evil like this in the flesh. The fact that Chris, is still going to places like the Waterfall, Canton Restaurant, is because he feels comfortable doing so." No, God, he outright called him a murderer. "But murderers and those who cover for them do not deserve to live a comfortable life while Karen Reed suffers and fights for justice." Oh my God, what the fuck is wrong with you? No wonder you really offended these people. Like, this to me is more than just threatening to torment witnesses who were testifying in a state case. This is very insulting to the justice system, to the people who worked that case. No wonder, like, it's not just being a provocateur. It is actually disgraceful to say something like that. My God. Maybe it's because I do read some of it, but like, Kearney bloviates a lot. So there isn't anything that Kearney's going to break or say that I don't either already know or understand why he's either presenting it out of context or not explaining it correctly. There isn't a single piece of information, in my opinion, that Aidan Kearney could relay that I would find valuable. So I don't really if I need to clip something because I hear he's like being ridiculous, I'll go find it in the transcript and clip it. But I don't really watch or read a lot of his nonsense. And now that I'm seeing, I remember reading this, but now that I'm seeing it again, it's just like, oh, God, I feel very uncomfortable with the decision that must be on the table right now as to who to plea out. I mean, you could take them both to trial, but I really do think that you get a slam dunk on either case. I guess you probably have more of a slam dunk if you're the state, with Karen cooperating against Aidan than with Aidan cooperating against Karen. But either way, on June 13, 2023, Kearney broadcasted a live YouTube video, episode 590, which is currently posted on his YouTube page. During the broadcast, Kearney displayed call detail records of Jen McCabe from the day O'Keefe was killed, which included phone numbers and names associated with the phone number. These records had previously been attached to a defense motion filed in Commonwealth v. Reed. Oh, did you leak that, Karen? Yes. Wait a minute. It was previously attached to a defense motion? Like a redacted motion? Wait, why? Why didn't you say whether it was redacted, Tully? Because if you said I'm pretty sure what this paragraph is saying is that there's evidence on Kearney's phone that, and this is the first of many examples, where Karen sent Kearney protected court material. This was Jen McCabe's cell phone records, and then Kearney published them unredacted. And then apparently as a result of those records, Kearney called Chris Albert's wife. So her name is Juliana. I thought it was, maybe it is Julie because it's for short or something. I thought it was Julie Albert. And left a voicemail message. Juliana stated a person claiming to be Kearney called from the phone number ending 6909. Kearney left the following voicemail. Hi, Julie. This is award-winning journalist Aidan Kearney calling from TurtleBoy Daily News. Just, who says that? Like, you won, like, a vote on a, like, I get you're trolling, but, like, you didn't win an Emmy or anything. You won a, like, vote, a user voted, like, award for best blogger or something in, like, the Worcester Telegram or something. I don't remember. But it was like, yeah, I won an award at NECAN too, but I put like I was voted best or something. Like, yeah, it's an award, but it's not a fucking Pulitzer. Just calling to ask for a few questions, that's all. At the board selectmen meeting a few weeks ago, you looked great and extremely happy in the front row and extremely comfortable that you wanted to be there. So I just want to ask you a couple questions. This is the voicemail that Kearney left Chris Albert's wife. I'm reading a police report right now from 2/10/2022 where Proctor says he interviewed you, introduced himself for the first time, and then Kearney starts talking about like some picture from 20 years ago or something. I was wondering how your son Colin, who was at 34 Fairview, no, that was just wrong. That's just not right. And also Colin wasn't there when John and Karen arrived. And I wanted to know, when did you guys meet? That turned out to be completely false. If you were in the Canton High School class of 94, how the hell did Jen McCabe win Best Looking? I don't know. I think Karen Reed and Jen McCabe like really don't like each other. I think it predated John's death. Were they using Dominion voting machine? What the fuck, Aidan? You brought up Dominion voting machine? Oh, I wonder. This actually makes me wonder. I wonder if Dominion would consider that. Like they won some serious libel lawsuits. Dominion did. They're a high level power player. I wonder if they even know that they were brought up in this context. I could see that being the kind of thing that would piss them off. Somebody should probably tell them. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not your lawyer. I'm a towel. This isn't legal advice. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Listen, it's Thursday night at 6:40, and I have to read 31 pages of Karen Reed's cell phone seizure affidavit so we can figure out what Hank Brennan's probably reading through right now because of the material he just got access to from this court order. And you paid the price for that with moments of levity. I also don't want to keep reading this voicemail because it's just manipulative and vulgar. Let's see what comments we got. I like comments. Let me see. Oh, we got a lot of comments. Oh, my goodness. I can't read all of these comments. I'll be here for an hour. Someone says, Caroline Sweet says, wow, judge today didn't seem receptive to Brennan's arguments. Every judge at oral argument plays devil's advocate. Today I was playing devil's advocate and saying that we have destroyed the American Republic by allowing stupid people to vote. And the class was like, Grant! And I was like, what? It's true. I'm not saying that there's a good solution, by the way. There is no good solution to preventing stupid people from voting because you can't implement civic tests because it just will result in discriminatory implementation, and it's just very bad. However, stupid people voting is a very bad idea. The German and Karen used Signal. The German and TurtleBoy used regular text. Okay, I hope people know that Signal means nothing because it's been backdoored and Celebrite has had full read-write access for like years. Not to mention, like Signal will tell you that it's a very secure app, but like if you look at Pegasus and you look at like what the unnamed intelligence services are capable of doing. There's no fucking secure protocol. Like, everything can be, like, compromised. The only thing that can't be compromised are, like, very specific type of intranet communications, which is why SCIFs operate the way that they do. Like, think about what a SCIF entails, a secure compartmentalized information facility. If you are doing anything that would not be allowed in a SCIF, then you are susceptible, and you probably are being intercepted by either a domestic intelligence agency, a foreign intelligence agency, or like X-Keyscore or Data Upstream or Project Echelon. Doesn't fucking matter. There is nothing that is secure. It's just a question of who can access it. People are probably like, oh, dear God, Grant, what do you know? And I'll be like, the weight of what I know that you don't could stun a 10-ton elephant in its tracks. I'm not saying that to be paternalistic. It's just the reality. Let's see. Someone said, Melanie, yes, they did. And I'm wondering about this also. You would think most of the exchanges regarding the murder would not be available. Let's ask Grant. No, they'll get everything. And TurtleBoy's the type of motherfucker, in my opinion, who fucking backed up everything. Like screenshots of Signal, whether they were disappearing messages. Like, I could see that all being on there. Someone said a nice win for sure. For Brennan, I agree. Kathy McCarthy says nice win for the Commonwealth. Do I think there's enough evidence to prove murder too? For Karen Reed, we talked about this the other day. The way that I think about it is, if you look at the third prong of malice second-degree murder in Massachusetts, you don't need intent to kill, because you can get to intent by way of a recklessness mens rea, which means the person knew or should have known that there was a strong and plain likelihood of death as to the underlying act, to wit, in this case, Karen backing up her car while drunk to 24.5 miles an hour at 12:31 a.m. on January 29, 2022, while John O'Keefe was near the car. That is enough to sustain a conviction under the third prong of malice second-degree murder, in my opinion. But if you look at manslaughter, if you look at motor vehicle homicide, if you look at OUI manslaughter, etc., that wording is very similar. And for a lay jury, the distinction between getting to intent on murder by way of a recklessness mens rea and the recklessness mens rea for OUI manslaughter, when they look at those two things, they're going to say, and I believe any jury would say, why would we convict for malice second-degree murder? Because if you read the actual malice second-degree murder statute, unless you know how to read it and get to the third prong, which is an OR test, and see that you can get to intent by way of a recklessness mens rea rather than intent to kill, you're going to think, this isn't what murder is supposed to be. Like, what do you mean recklessness instead of intent to kill? You're going to think that's what manslaughter is. And so then you go over to the manslaughter jury instruction, or whatever it may be, the way the charging sheet goes out to the jurors for manslaughter or OUI manslaughter or motor vehicle homicide. Well, that looks exactly like the language from the third prong of malice second-degree murder, but it sounds a lot better to a jury when it's just one element of one charge that ties directly to what the charge is called. It's a lot harder for a jury to process the leaps you have to make, and because it's the way you have to read the statute. It is absolutely a valid charge, and it would sustain under a malice theory of second-degree murder to have a recklessness mens rea, but any juror to get there is just going to say, why isn't this manslaughter or OUI manslaughter instead? So that's why I think, yes, it's malice second-degree murder, but any juror, I don't think, is going to be able to get there just because of how the malice second-degree murder statute works. Someone said, Brooke said, thank God Hank Brennan did it and got Aidan's phones. The trial's over. She's going to prison. I tend to agree this was the moment. I think this, and we're going to read through all this evidence now. It's absolutely devastating, but I tend to think that this was the moment. Brooke says, thank you, Jesus, for giving us Brennan. Yep, I thank the Lord for Hank Brennan quite often. Brooke says, who thinks the case is over and she's going to prison? Can I do a poll? How do I add a poll to this thing? Start a poll. Is Karen Reed going to prison? Is Karen Reed going to prison as a result of TurtleBoy's phones? Yes or no? Yes? No. All right, how's that? There you go. Have fun with that poll as we read through some questions while I compose myself as we get to a very intense part of this document where the real weight of it is. We have to get all the way to page 29. Maybe we can short circuit some of that. Yes seems to be winning in the poll, by the way, if you're wondering. All right. Chris Albert received a phone. Oh, so Chris Albert got a call then after his wife got a call. We're jumping back in. I'm going to get back to more of your comments, but I can't spend 30 minutes reading comments, or I'll break it up as we go through the stream. There's a lot of comments, and I only got through like 1/4 of them. This is one of the things that makes this stream a little different. You don't have to send super chats. You don't have to send donations. If you have a comment or a question, as long as it's not vulgar or derogatory, and as long as Maui Swift doesn't think that it's a problem in terms of violating one of those two principles, then you can make your comment or ask your question on the YouTube, and I will try to answer it. If you, by the way, as a quick break, this is a public information service. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a towel, much like PBS, every hour or so, maybe a little bit less. You get a moment of levity or two, and then you'll get reminded that this is a user-supported public information service, and to offset the streaming software and the server expenses and everything else that goes into this, and the money I had to pay to Pacer this week to get you all hundreds of pages of federal court documents, you absolutely can consider sending a donation. It helps me keep going with this, and it really takes a big burden off my editor, who's a wonderful man, a wonderful colleague of mine at school, because what happens is towards the end of every month, I just focus so much on getting all this information out that I stop thinking about like feeding myself or existing or paying for gas to get to school or parking, and then just random nice people have to step up and help. But my editor for so long, I cannot tell you for how long, would just step up and be like, okay, I'm not going to let you starve or not get to school, and he would do it. But to help offset the burden on him, on me, and to help me keep doing this work, you and viewers like you can continue to support this channel by way of the donation information that's right above my head. There's a Cash App link there, Grant Smith Ellis, and a Venmo, which is at Grant-E1. You can send me a DM, by the way, if you'd like to send a PayPal. Some people sent a few messages earlier asking if I have a PayPal. I do have a PayPal, but I don't put it up on the screen. If you want to send me a PayPal, just send me a message. There are a few people who only like to send PayPal, in which case I'll give you that information, and maybe I'll set up like a direct PayPal link or something at some point. But for now, those are the two options you got. All right, back to reading, and thank you all, by the way, for all your messages and all your comments and all your support. It does not go unnoticed, and it's actually why I was able to go get a coffee, despite being up all day, covering the court hearing all day, to read this for you. All right, enough distractions. All right, Chris Albert stated he received a phone call. So when was this? Was it, how soon after? So 6 days later, on June 19, 2023, Albert did not answer the call. The following voicemail was left. God. In Kearney, you messaged me. Just more about him smearing the witnesses. Do you live in Groundhog Day? What was Aidan watching the movie Groundhog Day at the time? I don't even like that movie. All right. On July, so basically just Aidan. I wouldn't call that an interview. I would call that trolling. He left 2 voicemails. So now we're on to July 26, 2023. Sergeant Yuri Buchnick of the Massachusetts State Police, SPDU, interviewed Colin Albert regarding harassment he has received from Kearney and his followers. Colin Albert is the son of Chris and Juliana Albert and was 17 years of age on the day John O'Keefe was killed. On 4/17/2023, Kearney posted on Twitter a statement. Oh my God! You alleged Colin was responsible for the murder of John O'Keefe, specifically stating Colin and O'Keefe were. No, they were not. Oh my God! And now there's going to be even more data from Karen's Lexus showing that her strike, her bump into John's car didn't break her tail light, and all. She's screwed. There was no fight. Karen hit John with her car and left him to die. Since that post, Kearney authored several additional posts about Colin, his alleged propensity for, oh my God, and personal information, including where Colin will be attending college. Yeah, didn't somebody in the Reed family work up that college, by the way? I wonder if that person's on the witness. Oh, hold on. Let me take this call. Hold on. I bet you would have loved to hear that conversation. Not happening, though. Nope. That was fucking hilarious. Nope, you're not getting a word out of me. Deal with it. All right. Basically more posts about, we were talking about whether someone in the family, in the Reed family, works at the college where Colin went. I wonder if it's Nathan Reed's wife. Listen. I found Karen's other sister too, I think. I forget who posted about it, but like people just on social media, on Twitter in particular, if you search the people's names involved in this case, it is astounding what is just out there, just in the search field. It's crazy what you can find. I don't really know who's. It makes me wonder if there are PI firms involved with this case, along with the state police, on both sides of the case. Since that time, Colin has been the target of harassment and intimidation. Employees of his college, Bridgewater State, have received emails from people who copied Kearney's false allegations. Yeah, I noticed that. I noticed that's a tactic, those emails. On July 8, 2023, Kearney broadcast a live YouTube video, episode 596. During the broadcast, Kearney stated he has Colin Albert's cell phone number. He stated he's going to call it and hopes the fucker answers. In the video, Kearney placed the call via cell phone while utilizing the speaker. The phone goes to voicemail. The greeting of the voicemail states the phone number of the person Kearney is calling, Colin Albert, which is broadcast on the YouTube video. Oh, hold on. This must be good. Oh yeah, that's interesting. One second. So this is another voicemail Kearney leaves, this time to Colin. By the way, there is a lot of value to going through this, by the way, because we can't actually see what Hank Brennan got as a result of winning his motion today, but this document is the closest we're going to get, which is why we're going through this. I'm not just gratuitously reading this. So now we get this voicemail where Kearney is basically tormenting a 17 or 18-year-old child. Just disgusting. And now, just for some context, by the way, because this just goes to show, like, I will call this down the middle. What Kearney's doing there is he's saying, yo, Colin, it's TurtleBoy from them Advantage Boys. Bang, 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 bang. Yo, we'll fuck any of you dogs up. You challenge my boys, them Advantage Boys, to a fight, dog, and we about that life. We about that life, and we from Sharon, son. So he's being sardonic there because there had been some video of Colin or some group of kids like talking trash to some other group of teenagers, and they were using a dialect that Kearney mocks off. And in fact, the reason Kearney created the Free Karen Reed mantra was to like mock people who will, like, while their friends are in prison, be like, oh, like free, like, who's like a good example, like free like thug or like free YSL, like whatever the fuck. That's like a very common sort of motif when someone gets locked up. And Kearney, I don't know what the undercurrent is there. Like I'm very off put by this. Like I don't find it playing fair for Kearney to mock that in that way. I think it's disgusting, actually, and quite offensive. And I don't even know if Karen realizes it. If she thinks that's like funny or something, I would actually judge her morally for that too. But what Kearney's doing here is he's like mocking Kearney, mocking Colin in a sardonic way, using language that Kearney knows is like contemporary vernacular, like especially among younger kids, and he's throwing it back at him. But the thing is, out of context, people will play that audio from Kearney, or they'll like relay the words, and it will seem like if you didn't know that Aidan Kearney was joking, you could seriously believe that Aidan Kearney was actually talking like that. So it sounds like he's calling this kid and being like, bang, 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 I'm going to fuck you up. Like, we them and Vantage boys down here ride on the south side. It's like, what the fuck, Aidan? I think if we dropped Aidan Kearney in the middle of Jacksonville, he probably would struggle to find his surroundings. Meanwhile, one time I told one of the troopers doing security for the Karen Reed trial, I was like, you could drop me in the middle of Nicaragua with no money and I would probably be fine. And the trooper was like, why Nicaragua? And I was like, well, I speak fluent Spanish, trooper. And he was, what the fuck? Oh, something new every day. All right. This is really tough material, by the way. It's why I'm trying to keep myself light going through it, because the more I read it, the more I'm like, all right, I guess it's changed now, but this was really fucked up. Colin stated to Sergeant Buchnick that I think Jackson calls him Buchnick, but it's Buchanan, right? Sergeant Buchanan. That the intimidation he has received from Kearney has made him sad, scared, and paranoid. Yeah, no shit. Like, at least with me, I'm just like, fuck you all, I'm a towel. This kid's like 18. Like, he fears physical harm from strangers. Colin attended Bridgewater State University, where he was a member of the football team. Colin was enrolled to return. Due to the past harassment and threats of future harassment, he chose to withdraw from the team. What the fuck? Why? Like, why? For no reason. You made this poor kid suffer. On September 24th, 2023, Kearney broadcast a live YouTube video, episode 616. At the 2-hour 31-minute mark, Kearney is talking about an interaction he had with Jillian Daniels, Colin's aunt. While describing their interaction, Kearney stated, I'm trying to put her godson / nephew in jail and, kind of like destroy their life. Oh. That's not good. Kearney has targeted Jennifer and Matthew McCabe with many harassing and intimidating statements and acts. The McCabe's were with O'Keefe and Reed in the hours leading up to O'Keefe's death and were present at 34 Fairview Road, Canton. Reed's defense attorneys have alleged the McCabe's have lied to investigators and have conspired with other witnesses to frame Reed for the murder. Kearney has confronted and harassed the McCabe's as a result. Yep. On June 6, 2023, the McCabe's traveled from their residence in Canton to Billerica. Oh, this is that. Oh, yeah, this is going to be very central. To attend a sporting event where their children were participating. Kearney learned the McCabe's would be in Billerica. Oh. I wonder how Kearney figured out they were going to be in Billerica. Karen. Did you have these fuckers watched? Karen. You put a tail on someone or something like that, or a bug, you better know what you're fucking doing. Kearney learned the McCabe's would be in Billerica. Kearney, whose mass driver's license has an address of... Tully's just so spiteful in this document. He was like, how can I drop his phone number and his address? Traveled to Billerica, confronted the McCabe's, and posted videos of the interaction online. Kearney would later write a blog post about the interaction where he stated, Jen and Matt McCabe do not deserve to live a normal life. Oh my God, Aidan. And pretended that they weren't involved in murder. Oh my God. While the McCabes were seated in the stands, Kearney approached Jen McCabe and asked her repeated questions about the alleged conspiracy. On a subsequent YouTube video, Kearney bragged about the confrontation. I went to her kid's lacrosse game and made a scene there and got kicked out because I kept calling her a cop killer. Riss, Flex, Elite, MA, Corruption, and TurtleBoy 101 mark. All right, now hold on a second. Let me grab a little document for you all here because I'm a towel. And I'm going to bring it up on the screen. And I want you all to tell me what you think of this little leaked message from Aidan Kearney's group chat in May of 2024. Where is it here? I know I have it. I'm going to find it. Actually, I know the easiest way to find it is to just search Karen Reed trial leaks. All right. And see, people are like, Grant, don't use hashtags. It will deprioritize your search. And I'm like, motherfucker, that is the only way I can contextualize thousands of pieces of evidence. I need those hashtags. All right. I found it. So, look at this little image that this little towel is going to bring up for you all on the screen. Where is it? No, I want to add an image. Thank you. Very meticulous, very methodical. What is this? Oh, yes. Let's just take a look. What does that say? Is that Clarence Woods Emerson, Aidan TurtleBoy Kearney's alt account on Facebook? Let's read from the bottom up, folks. That's the way this chat goes. Ultimately, this is from May 3rd, 2024. And these are also probably on Kearney's phone, maybe, depending on when the phone was seized. Ultimately, Karen is thinking about Karen, and I was thinking about her. Quote, Aidan Kearney, I never told anyone who told me to run Jen McCabe's plates. Oh, other people make typos, Aidan? And you made that typo when you weren't standing in the snow at 6 in the morning or whatever it was? When cold exacerbates your medical condition? Asshole. People made fun of Jen McCabe for her typos while literally doing a Google search at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. at Karen Reed's request while in the cold, in the snow, in a blizzard. And then Aidan's making typos right here. And not only that, but then Jenna Rocco says back, who's like a very close to Karen and used to be, I think, in this admin chat with TurtleBoy for like a Facebook group. But also, I think you might be jumping the gun, and I don't want you to end up hurting your relationship with Karen by feeding into this in a negative way. I do know firsthand that Kelly Reed and Nathan Reed greatly appreciate what you've done for her, and I have a feeling you'll eventually be invited into the courtroom. And then Aidan says, I'm not going to jump the gun, but I have a right to express my disappointment. I wonder if Hank Brennan's going to find those messages. What other messages do I want to bring up? But anyway, so that part, by the way, very, very important, that Aidan Kearney basically just said that implied that it was Karen Reed who instructed Kearney to run Jen McCabe's plates. Now let's see if I can find, what can I find in my bag of tricks here? No, that's the one about Aidan and not liking people like running independent storefronts about Karen Reed, which isn't really his business. There's another one that I really find interesting. I guess we can read this one. This shows a lot about what Aidan was thinking about Karen in May of 2023. Like, there was some tension between these two. It's very interesting to see it in such a raw way, too. But that's what happens when Loose lips sink ships. Isn't that right? Oh, there we go. Even more messages in that internal chat. Let's take a look here, shall we? I'm just layering images on images. From the bottom up. TurtleBoy. No one's going to buy that, though. Everyone knows Karen gets to invite who Karen wants. And people see Karen inviting Rita's fiancé and not me. It's a slap in the face and gives the trolls the impression that Karen doesn't want anything to do with me publicly. And they're right about that. She doesn't. She doesn't mind all the hard work and sacrifice. She doesn't mind the cross. He's talking about bearing the cross of the charges. She doesn't mind the $300K. He spent $300,000, or he raised $300,000, I wonder. Wait. She doesn't mind the $300K. Oh, he raised $300K for her. But she draws the line about being publicly associated with me. And Karen's legal team works for her. Karen decides, not them. I'd never tell Karen not to come to one of my hearings, even though she's being charged with killing a cop. Then Kearney says he knows she's innocent. Karen can't even text me back to tell me this either. Just straight up ignores me. A text back would mean a lot. You know you're down bad when, like, that's what you're thinking about. Like, fuck you. Text me. Don't text me. I don't give a fuck. I got shit to do. Then there's this document. This is Aidan speaking. Then there's the documentary I'm probably going to lose now because of her. The company I signed with is competing against many others for contracts with streaming services. If we had Karen on board, we could have whichever one we want. Karen's team told the producer they were waiting until after trial to even think about it. Then while I was in jail, she signed with another company. Now we have to compete against her and we'll lose because they have Karen Reed. Was that the ID documentary, Karen? Oh, that all went south for everybody involved. This is a fascinating insight into the mind of Aidan Kearney. I wonder if Hank Brennan's going to get these. Wonder if reading them now is helpful. I think it is. So we're going to keep doing it. There's another one I want to find, though, because Kearney says something really fucked up about Jen McCabe in one of these. Let me find it. Oh, yep. I'm going to have to zoom in a little bit, but I found it. I do my research here on Towel Stream, and I just have all these indexed documents in my mind map. So as long as I can somewhat bring them up, then it makes it a lot easier to go through this document because I can cross-reference to you in real time the stuff Kearney's probably worried about that's on his phone. All right, let me zoom in. There we go. From the bottom. Aidan Kearney, May 3rd, 2024, 1:46 p.m. I was indicted for asking Jen McCabe, quote, did you think you could outsmart Karen Reed? Guess who told me to ask her that? Oof, Karen. That's not good, Karen. It's not a good sign. Shit's in writing, motherfucker. And now I'm not allowed at the trial. That was TurtleBoy speaking. TurtleBoy, but I kept my mouth shut. Oh my God, this motherfucker's gonna flip. I heard, by the way, I got some pretty good sources just in and around different places, and I heard that when Bill Reed found out that TurtleBoy was even thinking about talking to Tully, he flipped the fuck out. And I don't even see Bill Reed as the type of person who, like, would flip the fuck out about something. But when you flip the fuck out because you hear someone might cooperate, like, what the fuck? Like, what have you been doing with your life, Bill Reed? Like, forget about me. I thought maybe he was close to the government. I'm starting to wonder if this motherfucker was, like, I don't know, involved with some financial shit. Those financial guys and girls, listen, I get into some of that shit with my cannabis coverage because I cover, like, receiverships and a lot of, like, regulatory sort of nonsense that happens between companies and the government and companies and companies and companies and staff, companies and government agencies. I just cover a lot of that. And I will tell you, You all think you see fucking criminals in the criminal justice system? Fuck no. You want to see real fucking criminal masterminds? Look at the civil fucking process or business ownership and all that shit. Those are the real fucking criminal masterminds. My God. How did I get on that tangent? All right. But here we have Kearney saying, but I was talking about Bill Reed. So when Bill Reed heard that Kearney was thinking about going to Tully way back, I'm talking like maybe before this, like around this time, I think Kearney like either said it or it got relayed to Reed. Bill Reed flipped out. And you don't think of like a Bentley Dean as being like mafia style, like how dare you fucking cooperate, like Kevin Reddington with a tattoo that says I never represented an informant. Kevin Reddington's a good lawyer, by the way. I think his involvement in this case is a little weird, but he's a really good lawyer. I watched him do I watched the full fucking federal trial of Giselle Correa, and he was his lawyer. Reddington is just, as a trial lawyer, more polished than even Yannetti and Alan Jackson. If I saw Kevin Reddington in state court trying a case, I would be horrified. He's scarier. I wouldn't say he's scarier than Hank Brennan, but he definitely is capable of playing on that level. Like, I think seeing Reddington versus Brennan would actually be it would be like the Scopes monkey trial redo, but hopefully it would be not about creationism. I don't know if that would be very interesting today. Was that Williams, Jennings, Bryant versus who was that other orator? This is going to piss me off if I can't come up with this. There was two really good lawyers in the Scopes monkey trial. Can't believe that I'm forgetting. This other guy, the second lawyer, was one of the smartest litigators of the 20th century. And it was, I'm going to figure it out. It was the case was about like a teacher wanting to teach or Darwin's theory of evolution, and he got in trouble. And let me see, who was the lawyers? Just show me who the lawyers are. Yes. H.L. Mencken. Clarence Darrow. That's why it took me so long. So Williams, Jennings, Bryant, Clarence Darrow, Kevin Reddington, Hank Brennan. And I'm not trying to insult David Yannetti and Alan Jackson. I think Yannetti and Jackson versus Brennan is up there on the level with Darrow versus Williams, Jennings, Bryant. But I still think Kevin Reddington versus Hank Brennan, especially in fucking federal court, that's the shit I want to see. I agree. Someone made a comment about my conclusion earlier about TurtleBoy appropriating the free X, Y, or Z, and then turning it into free Karen Reed. And I'm not going to repeat their comment, but I agree with them because they're very smart. Oh, it's Julie. Someone has informed me that I was right and that it is Julie. And the whole time that I was saying Juliana, thinking that maybe it was shortened to Julie, was not right, and that my initial intuition was right, and that it was Julie. Albert, not Juliana. But that's from the previous motion, not what we're reading now. Actually, if it keeps saying Juliana in this one, then that means it was Tully who got it wrong. But if it was Juliana in the prior one, then that means it was Brennan. What we're reading now is Tully's search warrant affidavit for Kearney's phone, and then I'm also bringing up these internal chats from May of 2024 that show Kearney basically admitting that Brennan's about to find a lot of shit on his phones. And then Jenna Rocco responds to Kearney and says, Kearney's like, I kept my mouth shut. He's literally admitting that he has this information. And then Jenna Rocco says, I feel like you're making us out to be like the other page, though. They're talking about their Facebook groups. Then TurtleBoy says, and took the charge and protected her and went to, oh my God, and went to fucking jail for her. I forgot he said that shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. May 3rd, 2024, 1:47 and 15, and took the charges and protected her and went to fucking jail for her. Oh my God. That's it. That's a double admission. I mean, it's basically saying, like, she did it and he is covering for her. Fuck. Why would you say that? If you're this fucking flagrant in a group chat on fucking Facebook, what the fuck else did you say in non-group chats? I am not a lawyer. Not your lawyer. I'm not anyone's lawyer. I'm a fucking towel. I swear to God, I would be like, if I were advising this person hypothetically as a non-lawyer but as a lay towel, I would be like, you stupid motherfucker. I wouldn't. How does this person find lawyers? How much are you paying your fucking lawyers? Oh my God. Just incredible levels of bravado. I can't imagine what's going to be on those fucking signal chats. We're not even like close to done with this document, by the way. It gets way more explosive. And I think I mean, some people have this, but I think I'm one of the only people that's going to be able to go through it with you and actually bring up then the examples tied into Kearney's phone that demonstrate just how big this win was for Hank Brennan. I agree with the people saying it's over as a result of Brennan winning this motion. And look, I can do this nice little... Oh, I can't. Yeah, I can. Hold on. How do I do this? Why can't you just... I just want you to go to the front. There we go. Look at that. Real-time video editing. Look at that win by Hank Brennan, folks. Look at that win. And now we're going to go through meticulously, line by line, a document that very few people have. And we are going to talk about why this document, and we are going to continue to analyze why this document basically seals Karen Read's fate and Aidan Kearney's fate at the same time. This is the search warrant affidavit for Karen Read's cell phones back in the winter of 2024, but it gives us a plethora of information about Aidan Kearney and his cell phones as well. On June 26th, and obviously I was just showing some leaked internal messages indicating truly how bad this situation is for Kearney and Karen. On June 26, 2023, Kearney traveled to the home of Matt and Jennifer McCabe at... Why would you put the fucking... Oh, okay. Well, listen. I don't know what the fuck you want me to do, okay? I didn't publish this fucking document, all right? There's nothing I can do about that. It is a public record anyway, so... But either way, I didn't publish this fucking document. Let me just get that off the screen. In the YouTube video, Kearney stated when he arrived, he noticed the front door to the residence was open. He stated, well, that the open door will make this easier. She can't close on me. Kearney played the video he recorded at the residence on the YouTube video. Kearney rang the doorbell and video recorded the interior of the residence through a glass storm door. I've seen that, actually. A person is seen inside the home on Kearney's video, which Kearney stated is Jen McCabe. Kearney was videotaping into the home for approximately 1 minute. That's just weird. He just went over there, like, walked up to the door, like, I think, like, the screen door was closed, or, like, the storm door was closed, but the inside door was open, and just filmed. It was very weird. That, like, that's a... Like, even reporters would wait till the, like, curtilage of the home. Although, I'm pretty sure the reason, what's her name, the investigative reporter, was it Carrie Curran? Whoever went from Sue O'Connell's station over to Fox 25 or whatever, maybe to some other station, she definitely, whoever doorstopped Michael Proctor definitely didn't get their contract renewed as a result of doing it. That was not a good life decision. But the point is, this is more than door stopping at the curtilage. This is going up to their literal door. I think someone was like, Aidan, you know what door stopping is? And Aidan was like, oh, I literally go to their door? That is not what door stopping is. Jesus Christ. Maybe if you put... No, I'm not even going to say it. No, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to be mean. I'm working on being less mean. The other day I was trying to compare Hank Brennan and Aidan Kearney's intelligence, and I was like, well, Aidan Kearney in some ways, I was going to call him an ant. And then I was like, well, ants are kind of intelligent. So then I called him a chipmunk, because I was like, well, chipmunks have the capacity to store like various types of see, I could be rude here, but I won't. But various type of food stuffs in their cheeks. So Aidan Kearney has the ability to do the functional equivalent of that in the world. And then Hank Brennan, I was like, Hank Brennan is basically capable of sitting in a room with John Roberts and solving the current constitutional crisis facing the court by way of the crescendoing issues with the TROs in the USAID case, and then also the flight to El Salvador not getting turned around in violation of a judge's order. But the point is, Brennan could go into that room with John Roberts and be like, okay, over the next 4 years, here's our game plan for salvaging the American Republic and reinvigorating public faith in the judiciary to ward off this chaotic situation in the public sphere. If you want to think about it in easier terms to understand, Hank Brennan could liberate Europe and save the free world if we needed him to. But yes, I was comparing Hank Brennan and Aidan Kearney's intelligence, and I was going to go down another road right now where I don't need to do that. So let's continue talking about what was going on with. Oh yes, it was basically me saying Kearney going to the Jen McCabe's home and videotaping in the door was very stupid. I think that was the point I was trying to make. Sergeant Buchanan, it's not Buchnick. Alan Jackson. My God, every time I see this name, I'm like, Buchnick. No, it is Buchanan. I think I'm 97% sure. Sergeant Buchanan interviewed Jennifer McCabe on July 24, 2023, regarding the harassment and intimidation. Jennifer became upset and stated she is concerned for her safety and well-being of her juvenile children. Well, yeah, they got tormented, as we heard of Jen McCabe testify to on the stand, so she was rightfully concerned. She stated her children are upset, embarrassed, and angry at the false accusations Kearney has been broadcasting. She stated, quote, the children are afraid to be at their own home. Jen later told Sergeant Buchanan that Kearney repeatedly keeps showing the pictures of Trooper Proctor at a cookout and misidentifies children in the photo as her children. Exactly. Remember earlier when I was reading that, I was like, he's not even right. Aiden's not even right about that when he was calling Proctor. She stated Kearney has shown one of her children at her first communion and family photos. What the fuck? Why? Why torment the children? What did the children ever do? It's like PF and KF. Like, what the fuck? Why torment these children? Just leave the fucking children alone. Leave all the children fucking alone. Just leave them all alone. Why can't you all just put a sticky note right above your computers? Just every day, all of you, read it in the morning. Leave the children alone. Anytime your brain even thinks, oh, should I attack this child online today? You look at the sticker, right? And it says, leave the children alone. And then your brain says, like a Pavlovian piece of training, oh, I'm not going to do that. That's how I think you all should approach this. Leave the goddamn children alone. There's some of this where I don't even have the wherewithal to engage with logical argumentation about it because there is no logical merit to doing that to children. Just don't do it. There's no point in even debating it. Just don't do it. And who is photographing 15-year-olds in public? What the fuck is wrong with some of you? I'm glad a lot of this has just stopped. I pray that it has stopped. But just rereading this, and I didn't even go through it, just rereading it just makes my blood boil. Like, taking pictures of 15-year-olds in public? What the fuck is wrong with you? Don't even get me started on some other things as to people like following people down the Cape, and taking pictures and the weaponization of children. Fuck all of you people. Fuck all of you. Not the people who suffered and were victimized, but the people involved in that shit. Leave the fucking children out of this. What the fuck is wrong with you? Every single time I read anything about children being weaponized in this fucking case, I get so fucking upset. On September 20th, 2023, Kearney broadcast a live YouTube video. During the video, Kearney repeatedly stated that Jen McCabe killed John O'Keefe. Oh my God. Wait a minute. First of all, the defense is never going to win its third-party culprit motion, the Reed defense, for this second trial, because they totally fucked around during the first trial, didn't get permission to make a Bowden or third-party argument, or third-party by way of Bowden argument, or otherwise, and then just led with it in opening against Judge Cannoni's explicit instruction. But even the defense didn't include Jen McCabe in this convoluted fucking theory involving a dog. Ugh. And I'm talking about today in court. They finally gave up on that prong of their ridiculous conspiracy. But Aidan was apparently calling her a killer. Oh. I'm saying this as a matter of fact. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, I don't think you really can plea. I mean, how do you plea Aidan out that without some kind of allocution? I think it's actually, the more that I think about this, the more that I read of this shit, you can't plea him out. Are you fucking kidding me? If he admits to half of this shit, he's never going to see another dollar in his life. Are you reading some of this shit? This is egregious. So the only way Kearney cop probably could be plead out is if it were some complete absolution with no guilty pleas, no allocution, nothing. And I can't, I'm just me. We're only on paragraph 22. I can't imagine forget about a commentator or just an observer of this. I can't imagine what it's like for the decision makers to have to look at this shit. I would not plea this man out if my life depended on it. If I were in that position, I would plea Karen out first. I think as much as she was responsible for some of this, and she does have it in her, I don't think she actually respects what TurtleBoy was doing. I think she kind of looks down on it as a degraded form of her ideal PR. I think Karen looks to Christina Lamb, Olivia Lamb, Ted Daniel, even Christina Rex. I want to say that Joe Flipperhead guy, but he's a little bit out there. I think Karen looks to those people as what she views as good PR. I think Olivia is probably the apex of it. I think Karen wanted Sue O'Connell to be it, but Sue O'Connell's I don't know. Television gets in the 10 figures views, per channel on the quarter hour. So okay, maybe 30 years ago it would have been cool to have Sue O'Connell covering it, but nowadays on the Karen Reed side, I'd say Olivia is probably what Karen views as the best PR she could get. And I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence that Olivia's mom, Christina Lamb or whatever, has these connections in the world of boutique PR services for lawyers and stuff like that. And whatever. I hate Edward Bernays. I literally deconstruct propaganda for fun. So I don't have any respect for that world or whatever. But the point I'm making here is I think Karen Reed looks down on Aidan Kearney. But Karen Reed does have respect for some people in the PR world. Just they don't use the tactics that Aidan uses. And I think you can juxtapose all these different elements of Karen's apparatus. It's now crumbling. I compared Karen's current situation to that of a bombed out war room, just a blitzed out war room, just trying to huddle around the ruins with a candle or something. Karen used to have all these different pieces that she could deploy at any time, and some of them were actually really quite good at PR. I never agreed with the substance or merit or any of what they were doing, but they were, in my opinion, way fucking better at it than TurtleBoy. But it took Karen time to find those people, and by the time she found them, she was already pot committed to TurtleBoy. But yeah, I mean, just my view of it all, I think Karen Reed is high society. I think she reads my Joyce and Hegel shit, and she's like, like could roll with the punches, not like the literary punches, literally. Like she can roll with those layered analogies and be like, yeah, like I get what he's saying. And so therefore, like imagine her having to live, Karen Reed, someone with that kind of cerebral capability, having to live in this world of like dick jokes and like gay jokes, and like, although I think Karen put a stop to that, or Rita, somebody put a stop to all the gay jokes, because even the Glare was like, we don't engage in that kind of stuff around here. And then that actually changed the course of my like strange friendship with, I guess it is a friendship because we shake each other's hands now, but that changed the course of like how I interact with the Glare, because then I like started defending him or something. I was like, Glare is a lot of things, but he's not a bigot, after I heard him say, like unprompted, without me or anyone else prompting him, he just was on a live stream one time, and one of his viewers or someone said something that was like quite bigoted against gay people or bi people or whatever. Just, it was very offensive. And Glare was like, he wasn't even joking when he said it back. He was like, wait a minute, like we don't, like, no, like I'm not okay with you saying that. Like people can love whoever I think he even said like people can love whoever the fuck they want to love. Like I don't care about that, and immediately I was like, oh, he's not a bigot, like that's good for it. Like I don't agree with a lot of stuff the Glare has said, but on that in particular, I was like, he's not a bigot. Like, I can see into his soul on that. So ever since then, whenever we see each other, I shake his hand and I'm like, hey, I defended you as not a bigot. And he's like, thanks, Grant. I also have this theory that, like, there was this big, like, artificial, like, villainization through, like, fake, it was real dehumanization, but, like, planted dehumanization, so that both sides of the Reed trial, like, would see each other as, like manifestations of either Kate Peter or Aidan Kearney, and it would then become really easy to like hate the other side, and there was a lot of drama with that, and I think like people really pushed that. And the one thing I don't think people want to see, just as a slight digression here, and I was on Tom CPU's stream the other day saying this, and I think it ruffled some feathers, not for Tommy, I don't think Tommy gives a fuck, I think he'll just have people on and let them say what they want to say. But I think it ruffled some feathers, because what I went up there and said was, I think the one thing no one wants to see, and Esty was there too, and Boston Mike, I was like, I think the one thing no one wants to see is us, whether we agree or disagree, being cordial with each other, because it's less like clicks and views, there's less drama, you know what I mean? We're actually just talking out our differences of opinion on the facts. And, I think that was a big truism. I think a lot of people were like, oh, fuck. Like, they're starting to realize that they're all humans. We failed at keeping them divided. And I took a little pleasure in that. I didn't intend it to happen that way, like, as I was saying it, but I was just like, oh, this is actually what the powers that be probably didn't want. We're all humans, though. Nothing you can do about it. Eventually, that humanity is going to break through. I heard people, by the way, just as a little more digression, I heard people at the Karen Reed hearing today when we were walking out of court. I only asked Karen one question. We'll watch it after we get through this document. But I heard some of like the people who don't come around that often being like, hey, like I do, like after I had been there for like 30 minutes just chatting, and we waited for Karen, walked out, like we did the walk and talk with her. Karen left. We walked back to the front of the stairs. I heard some of the guys being like, hey, he's actually really fun. I really like him. And someone's like, who, you mean Grant? And then he was like, yeah. And they were like, yeah, we know. All right. Where do we go here? I think it was also because I've asked so many questions to Karen Reed. I don't need to yell shit at her. Like, I know what questions I've asked. I know what new stuff is coming up. Like, I don't need to. I know what questions I want to ask, and I'm not going to just yell for the whole walk and talk. So they're not really bothered with me. They know I'm going to wait for that one moment, ask my one question, and then just move on with my life. And generally, they don't really care. What they really don't want me to do is get into her personal life. But then I look at them like, oh, you don't want me to get into her personal life, do you? Well, is that a standard we'll be upholding on both sides? Towel will be watching very closely. And I'm not talking about my personal life, whatever the fuck. Like, I'm a fucking towel. But, like, I'm like, oh, okay. So you don't want me, like, what the fuck do I know? I don't get sources everywhere and anywhere, like, whatever. You know, random pictures of Alan and Karen popping up. It's not to make a point, right? But when they say things to me, the Karen Reed supporters, like, oh, I wish you wouldn't ask about, you know, Karen and Alan or whatever. It's like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, all of a sudden now you realize that there's some decorum? And then I never would say it, but I look back at them like, do you think that I'm maybe watching very closely to see, like, how you treat people's personal lives? You know, like, hold up a mirror to yourselves. I'm going on a rant again, but that's also because you somehow have got me reading another 30-page document every day. I'm like, I'm not going to go read 30,000 words again, and somehow we end up doing it. But if I am going to do that, I need to roll up another tobacco cigar, so you are going to indulge me in that. And you can send questions, by the way. Let me pop over to the YouTube chat. I'm probably like 500 comments behind at this point, but that's okay. Hopefully my esteemed and venerated moderator, Maui Swift, is keeping up and nobody's being discriminatory. That's all I really don't want you to do in the comments. You can have your discussions and your chats. I don't really care what you talk about, what you believe about the case. Just please try not to be derogatory or discriminatory. Like, you want to have an opinion? That's great. Just don't cross those two lines and generally we'll be okay. And you can say fuck Kate Peter anytime that you want. That's not considered derogatory. Saying fuck Kate Peter and Kate Peter is a piece of shit is just permanently exempt from the rules. I'm declaring that a standing order. Standing order number 138. I don't know how I get myself into these situations. I always find stories so interesting, but normally I get involved in covering a story because there's like one issue going on, you know, outside of the Cannabis Control Commission, which is like 17 issues. When I cover stories, it is because there is one issue going on. This document alone is enough to take up someone's whole life. Like, you have to eat, sleep, and breathe this. It's just incredible, the amount of information that you have to be able to keep track of. And Hank Brennan's going to pull it off, too. All right. So this was Kearney leaving a video for Jen McCabe, or you displayed a sign on her lawn? Oh, displayed a sign and then said, we can fucking dance. When did Jen McCabe ask you to dance? Oh, not that kind of dance. What? Why were you? I thought you were Jen's lesbian sister. What are you fucking talking about? I am so confused. Oh, it was on Jen McCabe's sister's lawn. I thought you were... What? Why were you going to her sister's house? We can talk about Tommy, too? Who's Tommy? And why are you telling them they're going to get it? We have left the second generation out of it. Who's we? Brian Albert Jr., why are you calling him functionally retarded? What the hell is wrong with you, Aidan? They're all going to get, and you're literally saying they're going to get it? What did you used to just do this to people, Aidan? Like, some of these remarks are really not okay. I mean, I'm going through it again now and seeing it, but, oh my God. I don't know how any Bradel or any other lawyer could get up there and be like, oh yeah, I'm totally cool with this. Like, what the fuck? How much is your soul worth, Tim Bradel? I guess, I don't know. If you do that kind of work, you probably like are numb to it all and it doesn't matter. Like, you know, just a check. On June 13th, 2023, Kearney broadcast a live YouTube video, episode 590, which is currently posted on his YouTube page. During the broadcast, Kearney displayed phone records of Jen McCabe from the day John O'Keefe was killed. They displayed names previously been attached to an unredacted defense motion. During the video, So yeah, it seems like Reed was supposed to redact that. And then Kearney just starts cold calling the phone numbers because the defense forgot to redact it. Kearney calls the work cell phone of Trooper Proctor. Same number ending in 6909. Why did you call his work cell phone? Are you out of your mind? I do have some questions about you. Yeah, but you were wrong about that because those children weren't from the Albert family. You wanted to meet up with Trooper Proctor for coffee, I see. Give me a call. Saying he knows him well. I know some people that you know. That's weird. And then he just starts giving out the work cell phone number. That's kind of gross. As a result of the cell phone number being broadcast, Trooper Proctor began to receive random and harassing text messages and voicemails. In the 12 hours following Kearney's calls, Trooper Proctor received a dozen text message, phone calls, and voicemails. They pertained to Trooper Proctor's alleged involvement in this ridiculous conspiracy and called for his termination. Trooper Proctor had to change his work cell phone number to avoid the constant unwanted calls and messages. Michael Proctor is married to Elizabeth Proctor. Beginning in April 2023, Kearney wrote blogs about Elizabeth Proctor. On May 9, 2023, Kearney authored a post about Elizabeth. The video is attached to the post. The video depicts a cell phone screen of an Apple iPhone. The user of this cell phone dials the cell phone number of Elizabeth, which is displayed on the screen. Kearney further writes, I can think of two people who deserve to lose their jobs, Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor. They think they're untouchable. They're nothing but bullies. I wonder if that's really all Karen wanted. Even if she goes down, she just wanted Proctor to suffer. In the post, Kearney states Elizabeth works as an HR manager and posts the main number for the company. The post then states, well, you're probably not going to reach anyone that way. Leave a review. Oh, that's serious economic damage. On May 10, 2023, Kearney broadcast a live YouTube video, which is currently posted on his YouTube page. During the broadcast, Kearney talks about Elizabeth. He stated he was going to call her. He prepared her cell phone number on the broadcast, repeated her cell phone number as he was entering it. The phone went to voicemail. Another message. This was to the wife of of Trooper Proctor. Kearney accessed the social media accounts and laughed as he stated the pages were taken down and stated, the TurtleBoy effect, oh God. Both Michael and Elizabeth Proctor stated they have felt harassed by the acts of Kearney. On the previously mentioned September 20th, 2023 YouTube video, Kearney displayed a photograph he obtained depicting Brian and Nicole Albert at a BSU football game. He described Bridgewater State. He described the photograph as the most satisfying photos I've ever seen. The photograph depicts Brian and Julie Albert hiding their face while a group in front of them takes a photograph. Kearney later states, this is how they live now, like rats. This ends when they go to prison. Yeah, you mean you, Aidan. On September 13th, 2023, Kearney posted a blog entitled Canton Cover Up Part 142, Free Karen Reed Billboard Goes Up. That's tied to that guy, Jason Broyles, I think. And it makes me wonder if, that was a plant. If like that whole thing was a plant, like the Broyles coming on the scene related to the billboard, like if it was all an operation to run information, like to get people close to Kearney and Karen and then run information back to the powers that be. In the post, Kearney wrote, thank you to everyone who donated. Wait a minute. So if Jason Broyles was involved in that billboard, and that might mean, oh, why wouldn't you Just so folks understand, Jason Broyles was this guy who runs like this, pretends to be like a woman online named like Haley W, but really is this like parking clerk from Bristol, Connecticut. And he's known this woman, Kate Mafia Masshole Peter, since like 2019 or something through her Discord. And it's just a little weird. He shows up out of nowhere in September of 2023. I wonder if that's right around when Kate got involved with the case. And Brennan, Broyles, puts his billboard up. And I'm just wondering if it was a long game to get close to Aidan and the Free Karen Reed people. Wonder just how extensive this network is attached to Kate Peter. I think there are some people out there who pretend to be Turtle Riders and Free Karen Reed supporters and say like just gross, ridiculous shit and intentionally don't target certain people, intentionally target other people, because it's all about Kate. Like, it's all about feeding information to Kate and this network around her. And they're not actually Turtle Riders or Free Karen Reed people. They're playing the role of what they think a Turtle Rider or a Free Karen Reed person would be. But it never worked because, I mean, I just went around and I was saying, like, straight up, like, these people are clearly moles who are being used to get close to you all and run information back to Kate or other people. And then all the Free Karen Reed people and TurtleBoy people were like, oh, shit. And then some of them even started saying, like Tommy would say it on camera, like, Grant, we'll talk about it later, but you're really onto something there. And then other people started telling me that, like, this mole situation, whether Kate's running them into Aidan's circle or Aidan's running them into Kate's circle, it's been going on for a while, at least back to the early fall of 2023. So, so I do wonder when Kate initially got involved with the case. I think it might have been over that summer. And I'm just wondering whether this billboard thing and, like, why leave Broyles' name out here? There's no way, in my opinion, even back then in 2024, that Brian Tully wrote this report about the billboard that Jason Broyles paid for and helped pay for and didn't mention Jason Broyles. What the fuck, Tully? What the fuck is going on with this shit with Broyles? There's something really fucking weird there. I wonder if it is Kate. That would explain the hands-off treatment. That's the real story. Not just the federal level crazy intelligence community bullshit around this case, but the state level stuff too. And you all got to stop playing these games because there's no reason the public should know about any of this. You put me in an untenable position where I have to report on it. I don't have a choice. It is the story. And I don't feel good about putting the Republic in a lot of ways at risk by having to report on some of this shit. But you guys are weaponizing on both sides of the stupid case. And I don't call the case stupid. It is a very serious case. But you are both weaponizing on both sides in stupid ways surrounding this case, those tactics. That's the best way to put it. You turned a very serious case into an exercise in not only stupidity, but an exercise that could threaten the integrity of not only the justice system, but a lot of the tactics that our intelligence communities on the state and federal level use to catch very bad people. Because none of you were being stupid. And I was trying to express it better than that, but you were being stupid, a lot of you. And that's what frustrates me. You've degraded what should be a very and I think you see Hank Brennan saying this in court. A lot of people have degraded a very solemn process with very, very low-level tactics that are not becoming of the solemnity of what has actually happened here, which is a person, John O'Keefe, lost their life, and Karen Reed is on trial for causing that death. But the more you read the Kearney documents, you realize like how this became so insipid and out of control. And it was Karen Reed bringing on Aidan Kearney, and then obviously I also think the state bringing on Kate Peter in some ways, or some of the witnesses, only made things worse. All right, now we get to hear about the rolling rally where Kearney showed up at the homes of the witnesses involved in the Reed case. This was Saturday, July 22nd, 2023. Kearney departed a Shaw's in Norwood and apparently led a motorcade like through the neighborhood. He said there were 100 or 200 people in the caravan. He didn't broadcast location of the protests. Then he started going to 909 Washington. Oh, he went to Albert's reference. Then he went to... he said the purpose of the rally, protest, stated some witnesses would be in jail within a year. That never happened. Brags about being able to locate witnesses wherever they traveled. That's kind of fucked up. During the duration of the rally, he thanked the other members of the rally for attending. I wonder if the feds were tracking them. That would be fucked up. That summer, though, I could totally see them. The feds have done that, having done that. But it also makes me wonder. I don't think the feds were ever really looking into John O'Keefe's death. I think even when the grand jury was at its height, it was pretextual. It was just not only to spite Morrissey, but it was just cover to get information on the state police. Why else would you follow these fucking people? Why the fuck would the feds care about any of this? It's an open and shut state murder case. It's the intrigue surrounding the MSP unit that I forget about targeting Morrissey with the pretextual probe, like Rollins did to Kevin Hayden after Hayden beat Rollins' ally Ricardo Arroyo in the primary for Suffolk DA after Rollins gave up the seat to become U.S. Attorney. It's just very interesting because it would mean that the whole time the DOJ must have been telling Karen, like, we're not actually investigating John's death. Like, you're going to trial for that eventually. But you're helping us look into something else. And it also makes me wonder if, like they said to Karen, like, if you find something big enough or lead us onto something big enough, maybe we'll help you. And then maybe Karen was like, okay, well, I got you onto the Birchmore cover up. And they were like, yeah, sorry, not good enough. By the way, there's this whole world where I'm sure the feds can approach the state and say, this is our protected informant, please don't charge them. I just don't think it happened for either Karen or Aidan. But it would explain why Aidan had so much bravado over the summer of 2023. By the way, this is about to start getting very intense and very good, but all of this background, I mean, Hank, I hope you all know that the reason why we're doing this is because this is what Hank Brennan is probably going through right now. All right, let us take a look at some of the comments here. Okay. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of comments. Let me see. Trevor McIntyre said, hey, Grant, very happy you're doing a live stream on this on YouTube. Thank you, Trevor. I appreciate being able to be here. He can introduce Brennan can introduce the lacrosse video to ask the question, did you think you could outsmart Karen? Was done at the request of the defendant. Absolutely right. TB is so ridiculous. Snow Remover says, hey, everyone. All right. Sorry, I'm just getting caught up. Oh, Murder by Maestro is here. I was waiting for you to show up, my friend. Hello. I got to scroll back, though, because I missed some comments. Someone said, love it. Screw you, Turtle Punk. D said, if it is possible to access Signal, wouldn't it be illegal to do since the app promises complete confidentiality? No. You don't really have an expectation of privacy in that way. Like, Celebrate's been able to read the data from an extraction pursuant to a warrant for a long time. If you're talking about, like, Pegasus spyware, like, yeah, they're not going to... Okay, two things. One, the state isn't going to use, like, statecraft level fucking hacking software. They're going to get a warrant and run Celebrate to decrypt the signal messages, which have been accessible for years. If you're talking about, like, state level espionage, they would just use parallel construction if they got the evidence that way. They would never introduce the, like, oh yes, we ran the Pegasus spyware and we'd like to validate this. We're gonna call in the NSA. No, it would be like saying, Your Honor, we used Gray Key to unlock the Apple device. Like, do not say that in an unredacted court motion, you morons. I shouldn't even be saying that here, actually, but, you know, it's in some public FOIAs, this Gray Key software for brute forcing Apple phones. You all think that your Apple phones reset when you put in too many unlocks. Bullshit. You could fucking use a brute force dictionary attack on one of those devices if you had access to Gray Key and have it done in like 24 hours. Snow, someone said let's ask Grant a question. I don't know. Someone said Clarence Darrow, thank you for helping me. Oh, someone said there's 31 people watching. Yeah, on the YouTube, but it's 34 now. I just started this YouTube channel. I don't stream a lot on here. What's the Twitter at? The Twitter's at, I don't even check, but it's, hold on, let's see. The Twitter's at like 1,500 or something. So more people watch on Twitter. It's just I can't monitor the comments there because Twitter has this comment functionality where the comment pops up on screen and goes away. And that's not how I do these streams. I read like 10 pages or 5 pages, then I go to the comments, and I prefer it to be on YouTube because the comments are persistent and I can just go read them all at once. I wish, Maui Swift said, I wish I could recite and retain information the way he does. Yeah, it is weird. It's just kind of in my mind map. I just think about all these interesting things, and then as I get prompted, I recall them. Like I was going to tell you all this interesting story earlier about how I'm convinced that TurtleBoy, I know for a fact actually, that TurtleBoy and former U.S. Attorney Rachel Rollins have had a direct connection and were somewhat amicable, dating all the way back to the Senate race between Joe Kennedy Jr. and Ed Markey in like 2020. And strangely, Rayla Campbell is the mutual link between Aidan Kearney and Rachel Rollins. And you might say, why would Rachel Rollins, this like virulent Democrat, like soft on crime Democrat, ever team up with Aidan Kearney and Rayla Campbell? Rayla Campbell's like a ridiculous right-wing Republican, like spoiler candidate involved in the Joe Kennedy versus Ed Markey Senate race. And why would Aidan Kearney be involved in sending Rayla Campbell to Joe Kennedy Jr. campaign events with Rachel Rollins' help? And then you realize Ed Markey winning that Senate race was extremely helpful to the Biden White House. Because otherwise you would have had Joe Kennedy Jr. on a very similar trajectory to JFK. In fact, Joe Kennedy Jr. would have gone from a House of Representatives seat in his 30s to JFK's old fucking Senate seat in his 30s, and then perfectly set up for a run against Biden in the primary in 2024, the presidential primary. And I think Rachel Rollins got rewarded with her job at the U.S. Attorney's Office, in fact, for making sure that Ed Markey won that Senate race against Joe Kennedy Jr. And it's really interesting that TurtleBoy was right in the middle of that. You know, I think folks should ask some questions about that and take a look into the nature of the connection between TurtleBoy and Rachel Rollins. And yeah, you see TurtleBoy critiquing Rollins, you know, pretty lightly though for a while. But I know for a fact they were talking behind the scenes. I've seen the messages. So, you know, that whole dynamic, I don't even know if Hank Brennan has figured out that whole part of it yet, Rollins and TurtleBoy's connection. All right, let's see. Someone said, hi. Oh, hi, Murder by Maestro. I see where you came on now. Murder by Maestro. Yeah, it is good to see you. I'd rather not, so I can be rude with people. Well, you know the rules. No discrimination, no being derogatory, except for the Kate Peter exceptions. I love how the FKR nutters are on X are all like, notice me, Grant, on his post. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. They're like, I think they're more just like, oh, I saw you today, or I wish you had said hi. Like, you know, they're not like looking for attention. They're more just like they actually, I think they think I'm nice. I don't know. Like there's an authenticity to it. He is so foul-mouthed, the glare. Well, I'm pretty foul-mouthed. I've said fuck probably like 150 times during this stream. I said God fucking damn it at one point, actually, and then I felt kind of bad about it. But then I explained why I didn't think it was actually profane to do that because of my analysis of that section of the Bible. I need to understand the towel reference. I'm too old, I guess. Oh, it's the towel from South Park. The TurtleBoy fans mocked me one time for being bi and said my pronoun was towel, and I was like, all right, fuck it, I'm a towel. So I became the towel. I became the towel from South Park because the towel gets high all the time and inadvertently solves complex social problems. And also, it's a government-created robot towel, which I think is even more funny. At the end of the hearing, they were all standing up. The official court feed switched to some people selling chairs. When they cut back, we got a hot mic from the camera guy. Jesus, did you see that? I'm so confused. Oh, I feel like we missed something. Them giving each other dirty looks as they stood up, maybe. Selling chairs. This case has definitely grabbed me. Hank is Clark Kent. Yes, I agree, snow remover. The towel thing is from South Park, yep. You make it entertaining, Grant. I do my best. Grant is great. Thanks, Murder by Maestro. I think I'm all right. Jason is suspect. Parking clerk by day. Something happened to make Jason get pushed out recently. Yeah, I wonder what Aidan and Jason were doing that might have caused some fucking problems. What do I know about that? I'm just a fucking towel. A few days ago when I was wrecking that Abby woman whose video Jesus, Jason was liking all the posts. He couldn't resist for some reason. Okay, that's weird because Abby's like Kate Peters' enemy. They ever since that first video of Alan Jackson and Karen Reed hugging went up, like Abby and Kate Peter have hated each other. And I always thought it was weird, like how Jason then felt like what Jason Burrows was then trying to get close to like all those FKR women. And then like it's almost like he failed at his operation because he was doing stupid shit. And I don't have a lot of tolerance for that kind of stuff. So fuck him in both regards. I wonder how Hank got picked. I don't know, ask Carrie Lama. Ahmad in an FKR channel got exposed as a predator who legally can't access the internet. The channel owner covered for him for a few days, and at that point Jason slid in and took said channel owner's side. Oh, okay. That's pretty fucked up. First I'm hearing of that. Oh, the Maxwell spyware. Grant knows. Oh, listen. I have watched a video that the United Arab Emirates released of an Israeli hit team going into fucking Abu Dhabi and taking out like a senior fucking leader in Hamas. And I studied meticulously, based on the UAE security department's footage, how that operation was run. So when you want to talk about like X key score and data upstream and Project Echelon and Pegasus spyware and stuff, that is just scratching the surface of what I'm really interested in. But we are not, like, I have obligations and we are not going down that road. Brennan said something really interesting today. We now know Karen Reed petitioned to have the federal investigation opened. Yes, we did know that before. The owner of Signal paid to have Celebrate hacked in retaliation and released a video of it happening. I remember that. I can't wait to see what juicy bombshells Brennan has in store for us. I'm sure he used the word petition. I found the actual quote. What we also know is that there was an inquiry lodged by the defendant to the federal government to investigate her situation of the case, including the specific perspective of Ms. Reed, who we also know that Commonwealth was aware of this initiation and engagement, had no input whatsoever. Yeah, Lally tried to explain it. He didn't do a great job at it during the first trial, but yes. Okay, so let's as much as all of this is extremely irrelevant, and I appreciate the opportunity to have taken a little break, let's go back to this document because it's crescendoing. And the whole reason we're reading this is because as we crescendo towards page 29, I promise you, the whole context, the whole kit and caboodle flies off the page. See, these are very specific picture angles. That's got to be... Some of these have got to be mounted cameras on houses. Very high quality, though. That looks like surveillance footage from page 12. That looks more like... That's no regular fucking ring cam. That looks like a 1080p or 4K unbranded surveillance camera. Which means it's just a raw... That's some tech right there. Same with that one. Look at the detail on the people. And the even though it's black and white. I wonder who, like, what this is. And then looks like they went to Julie Nagel's house. Looks like they went to like some police chief's house. They went to the police station. They tormented Jen McCabe. And then apparently Kearney made comments about his influence on the jury pool. They, apparently the state, want to be able to find a jury pool that has never heard about any of this before. Well, yeah, a jury should not know about a case going in. And I'm not allowing them to do that. Oh my God. Happy to do it. Information subsequent to arrest of Kearney. Here we go. All right. Who saw the name Natalie go on the witness list today? And who started putting together connections? And was it because you remember this document? And now have we earned, by way of our 15 pages of background? Thank you, Lieutenant Tully, for that comprehensive background where, although you got Chris Albert's wife's name wrong a lot, you did pretty good overall. I'd give you a 9.6 out of 10. Decent command of grammar, little bit overboard with the ambiguous pronouns that would just get thrown into sentences, and some spelling errors. But overall, for however, so let me see, how many words is it? Double spaced, 500 per page times 5, 2,500, 5,000. Yeah, 7,500 words. For 7,500 words, your accuracy rate, Lieutenant Tully, over that introduction was like 99% for spelling and grammar, and mostly it was pretty good. I don't think you should be writing legal motions, but that was good. We have our own separate moral qualms, in my opinion, though, Lieutenant Tully. But if we're just talking about your ability to have written this document so far, you're doing just fine. This is where it really gets good, though. That's why I want to take a little breather, because this is what it's all been leading up to. If you've been wondering, what are we doing? Well, we're getting a very, very unique preview of some of the material I think Hank Brennan's literally probably reading at his kitchen table or wherever the fuck he does his reading right now. About Mr. Kearney, and about Karen Reed, and about a new character we're about to meet in this fascinating tale, who just today was added to the Commonwealth's amended witness list along with John's mom. John's mom, Peggy, of course, I think it has now been made clear, saw Karen's broken tail light on the morning of January 29, 2022, and instantly realized that Karen had killed her son, John, and said as much to Karen at the kitchen table when Karen went back to John's house after Karen was hospitalized by her own parents for threats of self-harm, whereupon Karen's blood alcohol was taken, and that retrograde BAC conversion, which read 0.08 after 8 or 9 a.m. that morning, interpolated back to 0.3 to 0.29% BAC at 12:31 a.m., which is when around Karen hit John. which is a blood alcohol level, if you're wondering, between 2 and 4 times the legal limit. 2 times the legal limit would be 0.16. 3 times would be 0.24. 4 times would be 0.32. Karen was somewhere between 0.13 and 0.29. Retrograde BAC analysis. We are about to learn that Natalie, and indeed Jane, who is Lindsay Gattani, played a huge fucking role in uncovering not only the web between Kearney and Karen Reed, but between Karen Reed and Josh Levy directly. In particular, Lindsay's scoop about Karen and Reed knowing Reed and Levy speaking directly, and Kearney blabbing about it. And let me tell you, folks, if you have not read this document before, I know it's somewhat obscure. It is explosive, and you're seeing something that the rest of the Karen Reed trial world, I mean, they maybe have seen once or twice before, but now that we know Kearney's phones are coming into Reed's retrial, this is the document. This is the $1 million document, so to speak. I feel like $1 million phraseology was from the 80s. Now there's no way to even reflect it like, what, $1 billion document? All right, I'm ready. I'm going to go back to the comments before I dive into this most exciting section. I wonder if Natalie's watching. Natalie's probably like, oh dear God, what has happened? How has this all happened so fast? All right, let me see. Going back to the comments here. Let's see. Does he need to have the Signal? Does he need to have the Signal app still installed to access it? What if it was erased? He probably took screenshots. I bet he had messages like on erase, like on a timer erase anyway. But you can't, like, you could stop the device from taking a screenshot or at least send an alert, but you could just use another device and take a picture of the screen and no one would ever know. And Kearney had 2 phones. That, you know what I mean? Like, so there's no point in like, yeah, maybe for like low-level dumb users, a function that prevents screenshots or alerts on a screenshot will work, but really it's not a fail-safe mechanism at all. I actually feel a little bad for Lally, ID discovery, what, not flattering. No, I think what it is any competent analyst looking at this case would say it is not Adam Lally's fault that he was the ADA that got assigned back in Stoughton District Court in January or February, I think it was February of 2022 when Karen first got arrested. Adam Lally was just with the case from the beginning, and he's an ADA working any number of cases just like anyone else in that office. And I would say, in light of all that, plus with Laura McLaughlin's help and whatever, they 7.5 out of 10, 8 out of 10. Basically knocked it out of the park, got an 8-4 vote on count 2, maybe closer to 9-3, maybe even higher at certain points. But the reality is, wonderful job. Could not have done any better under the circumstances. If they had actually pulled off the 12-0 in light of all the defense's tactics and jury poisoning and whatever, just Adam Lally and Laura McLaughlin, fucking put them in the legal Hall of Fame, the prosecutorial Hall of Fame. It would have been the most impressive thing that any ADA anywhere in the country could have pulled off. You're an ADA either because you're right out of law school and you want trial practice, like actual courtroom experience, which is the only way to get it in an ADA's office, basically, or you're there forever because you're like a really loyal public servant who cares about the system. So, you don't get paid a lot. It's a labor of love. You have to really care about your job, and then you have to balance a caseload on top of that. So Adam Lally, in my opinion, just yeoman's work and Laura McLaughlin for what they pulled off. But now add Hank Brennan to the mix. I mean, just focused on this, it's not even a fair fight. Adam Lally and Laura McLaughlin versus David Yannetti, Alan Jackson, and Liza Little was kind of a fair fight. This is it's just wrong. It's like putting an aging Muhammad Ali versus who was it? Buster Douglas or Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I think it was Buster. I was going to say, didn't Buster Douglas fight Tyson? And then I remember what happened was Buster Douglas knocked out Muhammad Ali or something at the end of his career. And then Tyson fought Buster Douglas. And then right before the fight, Tyson said hello to Muhammad Ali and was like, I'm going to fuck this guy up. And then right away, Tyson just mercilessly fucking just brutalized Buster Douglas. But yeah, it's not a fair fight with Hank Brennan involved. I'm sorry, it's just not a fair fight. The man is just absolutely brutal. All right, let's get to it. Let's get to it. I'm ready. On October 17th, 2023, I interviewed Natalie Wiewicki Berschneider at her workplace in Gardenia, California. Natalie stated she attended Bentley University with Karen Reed from 1998 to 2002. Natalie stated, so Karen Reed graduated in 2002. Interesting. I bet there's a lot of people from Bentley from 1998 to 2002 who have some stories. Natalie stated she was not close friends. Wait, Karen went to Bentley too? That's interesting. Bentley's close to very, very close to where I live. Actually, I had some friends who went there. Probably very close to when Karen was a senior, now that I think about it. Natalie stated she was not close friends with Karen, but had friends in common. Was Karen's dad already a dean there when she went there? Wow, this kid's a legacy. That's really what she is. Do you all realize that she's just like a child of privilege? Like, she is the embodiment of legacy. She's very smart. Like, she's capable. She's educated. But she's definitely a child of privilege. And the thing is, like, not... I don't think she ever, like, got... I don't think Karen Reed ever got street smarts. Like, I don't think she ever hustled. I think she was very pampered. You don't want to live a pampered life. Like, you might become functional, but you won't know how to actually survive. You got to actually live it. She wasn't hardened and ready for what she had to deal with. Following graduation, Natalie returned to California and lost touch with Karen. Following Karen's February 2022 arrest related to the death of John O'Keefe, Natalie contacted Karen to offer support and began a friendship. Natalie stated Karen openly shared her defense theories about the case, which Natalie stated she believed at the time. In April 2023, I knew Jen Altman was involved in this somehow. In April of 2023, Natalie noticed a woman by the name of Jennifer Altman on social media who was defending Karen in comments of news reports regarding Karen's criminal case. God damn it, Jen Altman. Just those serendipitous moments of history. Natalie scrolling her phone, seeing Jen Altman. Imagine if Natalie had seen, I don't know, Olivia. I don't think Olivia was covering the case back then, but just like anyone other than fucking Jen Altman on social media who was defending Karen in comments of news reports regarding Karen's criminal case. Natalie stated she contacted Jennifer on Facebook in order to thank her for supporting Karen. Jennifer responded she has a friend, Aidan Kearney, who runs a blog and would like to report on Karen's criminal case. During this text message conversation on April... oh my God, they might have to call Jen Altman. Oh God. Yeah, they might actually have to, unless they can get it in through Natalie. During this text message conversation on April 13, 2023, Natalie sent the following message to Jennifer. The feds are involved, and described how people involved were going down. That never happened. Natalie spoke to Karen about Kearney. The following day, so this was April 13th. So that was as early, and we get all of Kearney's messages. Hold on, let me go back here. Brennan, I shouldn't say the public or whatever, the trial, but mostly Brennan, for now, gets them from April 8th through October 5th. Oh, yeah. 5 days before it looks like right before it started. And it looks like it's going to cover these messages from Altman, too. Oh, does that mean Brennan's going to get to see what Kearney was sending to Altman when Altman I bet Altman immediately went to Kearney and was like, oh, Natalie reached out and this woman knows Karen, like, oh, that's going to be very interesting. Very, very. Oh, there is a treasure trove here. I am so glad I read this document. I knew this was a good decision, despite it being far past my bedtime. It only gets better from here, folks, by the way. I'm not teasing either. This is very, very explosive information, especially now that Kearney's phones, at least the substantial amount of their context, are going to be shown to Hank Brennan. Oh, dear God. The self-snitching is glorious. Yes, I agree. You have to experience hard knocks in life, unfortunately, to mature. Yeah, or to become jaded. Or to be able to... The real thing is, like, when you're a public-facing person, there's always going to be shit going on. And if you let it emotionally impact you, you won't be able to do, like, your vocation. Like, you just have to get used to being the subject of public conversation. It's very weird at first. It's like, why the fuck? Like, oh, there's a comment about me. Oh, there's, like, a discussion about me. Like, this is the most important thing in the world. And then it's like, okay, there's, like, 40,000 conversations going on. I don't give a fuck. I'm very hardened and numb to it. I have shit to do. Who fucking cares? Like, that's, and you can't train to do it. You just have to, it's like exposure therapy. You just have to deal with that process over and over and over and over again, hundreds of times. And then eventually you're like, okay, nothing matters. I don't care. Who gives a fuck? Why are you all staring at me on the street? Why are you coming up and saying hello? I'm glad you want pictures. Like, this is very nice. I have things to do. It just stops being relevant to one's life. That's what I think Karen had to go through. I don't think any amount of, like, street hustle or, like, being hardened by life will prepare you for that. You could fucking move all the weight you fucking want. You are not going to be able to just get thrown into the public spotlight and cope with it. It's a learning process. There's a reason why it's like a whole discipline to learn how to function in that way. And it's very traumatic. I think that's kind of the core of it. Like, you become numb to it because the trauma of being in the public eye is just so persistent. It causes, like, a splitting in your personality. Like, if you don't create a public persona, you cannot be in the public eye, because you will literally just think all the time that people are, like, actually thinking about you and talking about you when they're not. They're talking about the public image that they have, that they own, the part of you that they own, not you as a person. Lady Gaga taught me that. She gave a great lecture at Yale many, many years ago in 2013. And the insight was that Stephanie is not Lady Gaga. Lady Gaga is the way Stephanie can be famous, because otherwise this poor woman Stephanie would have to think all the time about all these hundreds of millions of people who have an opinion about her. And she's like, they don't fucking know me. They know Lady Gaga. Notice every person, almost every public figure, has a bifurcated identity, except for Karen. The Karen, like, there are few people who don't really figure that part out. Like, she never got there. Like, and she was never going to get there. Like, the KR versus Karen Reed, like, that was never going to happen. She was always Karen Reed, so she's got to live with this all the time. But yes, all right. I was really just saying Karen, I was reading a comment, and I was saying it's not just that Karen wasn't hardened to it, it's just she wasn't, and she just wasn't schooled in how to be a public figure. Getting involved with Aidan Kearney, who also doesn't really know how to be a public figure, in my opinion, was just a way to seal the deal. During the text message, and then I was talking about, it's very interesting to think about maybe Jen Altman getting called, because you realize the witness list can expand based on what Brennan finds in these messages. And they're already indexed and seized and searched, so he's going to get them all pretty quick. So now, it's going to be very interesting. Natalie spoke to Karen about Kearney. The following day, Karen told Natalie she would like Kearney. Karen told Natalie she would like Kearney to report on the case. Oh, that's why Natalie's getting called. Well, then we find out Natalie's getting called for a lot of reasons. On April 17, 2023, Natalie was put into contact with Kearney through Jennifer. Natalie was put in contact with... So Altman hooked up... So Karen asked Natalie to follow up with Jennifer to hook... So that Karen could talk to Aidan through Natalie. They cut Jen Altman out. Natalie's exchanged messages with Kearney and spoke with him on the phone about Karen's case. Shortly after Karen agreed to work with Kearney, mind you, Natalie's getting called as a witness. She's on the witness list, and that was just announced today. So if you were trying to figure out that context, this document is a multitude of contains a multitude of insights and is beneficial to your understanding in a number of ways. Shortly after Karen agreed to work with Kearney, Karen instructed Natalie to download the messaging app Signal. Footnote 3. Signal is an encrypted messaging service for instant messaging, voice, and video calls. Messages can be set to auto-delete after the user reads the message, although it's more common to set it to auto-delete after a certain amount of time. Following the interview, Natalie consented to investigators downloading her cell phone. So that means even if Natalie's cell phone, oh my God, they have Natalie's cell phone, they have Aidan's cell phone. Oh, this is brutal. I see what this is shaping up for. This is like 70% of Brennan's consciousness of guilt motion right here. And I bet he's going to get even more bombshells. That consciousness of guilt motion, let me just tell you, when that drops, that is going to be the most interesting document. Oh my God. It's going to have to be like 40 pages. He better be working on it already. All right. Natalie was not familiar with Signal prior to Karen's request. So Karen instructed her to download it. Natalie's understanding of Signal was that it was a more confidential way to communicate, as the messages can be auto-deleted after reading. Natalie described the arrangements as follows. Oh, this is good. Karen would send Natalie a message on Signal intended for Kearney. Natalie would copy and paste the message, photo, video document into a text message to Kearney. On several occasions, Natalie would take a screenshot of the Signal message from Karen and send Kearney the screenshot. Natalie stated she would send information to 2 phone numbers used by Kearney. Oh, you're fucked. You're both fucked. You're all fucked. Everybody's fucked. Are you all reading that? Are you all reading that? Do you all understand what that means? Like, that's it. This is over. There's no way out of this. There's literally no way out of this. My word. All right, hold on. What are you sending me? If you send me something in the middle of the stream, I must look at it. Okay, why are you sending me this? What do these initials mean? I'm happy to answer questions on stream, but if you send me information, at least try to, or a picture, a context would be, oh, well, thank God you sent that so I didn't just start reading it on stream. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, it's all a very interconnected world. All right. Where were we? Oh, yeah, so I hope you all are understanding why paragraph 44 is, like, that's why Natalie's getting called. Well, and everything after it. But look, Karen told Natalie what this arrangement was going to be. This is how she was going to communicate, as if, Natalie was going to be, insulate Karen and Aidan from getting caught. Like, why would using an intermediary insulate you? Like, do you think this is impossible to find? Natalie stated that the content of the messages shared by Karen to her were Karen's defense of the charges, including information regarding witnesses, the home address of Trooper Michael Proctor, pictures of Oh my fucking God. How did I miss this? How did I miss this? How have I had this document the whole time and missed this? Oh my God. Are you all reading the same thing that I'm reading here? Natalie stated that the content of the messages shared by Karen to her were Karen's defense of the charges, including information regarding witnesses, the home address of Trooper Proctor, pictures of witnesses, autopsy photographs, which were leaked by TurtleBoy, motions filed by her attorneys, police reports, photographs taken by the MSP Crime Scene Services section, and feedback about Kearney's blog posts, social media, and videos. This arrangement began on or about April 17th. A check of the text messages on Natalie's phone oh yeah, that's where she said she gave they say she gave them an extraction, confirm Natalie's statements. It appeared most of the messages sent by Natalie were authored by Karen. For example, most messages would start with "Tell TurtleBoy," "From Karen," or "Not for public, but you and Aidan can see." On April 22nd, 2023, Natalie messages Kearney, "We're all very grateful to you." Kearney responds, "It's my job. Glad to help." This part is really bad too. Kearney would frequently check with Karen through Natalie if he could use a piece of material sent to him in his blogs and videos, to which Karen would respond to what he could use. One example of material sent to Kearney but not to be shared publicly is the 911 call reporting John O'Keefe's discovery on January 29, 2022. The audio file was sent to Kearney along with the message, "Do not share." Yeah, you know what he did with that file, Karen? Karen, what the fuck? Why'd you put her on your witness list? Do you know what Aidan did with that fucking 911 call? I hope you ask, Karen. I hope you... If Hank Brennan figures out what Aidan Kearney did to get... I'm just going to say it. There is a very real possibility that Aidan Kearney wanted to get what turned out to be publicly available nude pictures from someone. And so Aidan Kearney sent, potentially, that 911 call for nude pictures that were publicly available from the person. And are you out of your mind, Karen? You don't think Hank Brennan's going to be able to put that together? Oh my God. I can't even process all this. My brain is breaking. My brain is fucking breaking. I don't know. I cannot believe that name is on Karen's list. I cannot believe that it's not in there. I don't know if maybe the state police didn't know at the time. Brennan's going to figure it out, okay? It is not very well hidden what Aidan Kearney did. Forget about publishing the 911 call. What he did, what he traded it for. Karen, if that comes out at testimony, are you fucking kidding me? I don't care what jurors think about what or who defended. People are going to be like, what the fuck? I was like, what the fuck? I literally need like 10 seconds to compose myself. I realize I'm not exactly saying it, but you can put it to fucking together. Go look at the defense witness list. There's a name on there that ties into that 911 call being leaked. And you're going to be like, what the fuck? Why? Why would that name... maybe the name was on the defense list the first time around. But if the defense has to either not know what happened or whatever. It's very possible that the defense does not know. The Reed defense does not know what Kearney traded that, what Kearney used that 911 call to get. Hey, by the way, that Jason Broyles thing, why don't you smart folks, think a little bit about some behavior that might have been going on as to trading pictures and things like that. You all figure it out. You'll get there. Are you fucking kidding me? This is some crazy shit. This is going to spiral way deeper. I think this state witness list is going to expand. There's way more here. I'm actually speechless. And this was all just there. It was all just here, waiting to be uncovered. The audio file was sent to Kearney along with the message, "Do not share." Other examples include messages sent by Natalie to Kearney, "Urgent, do not to publish anything from the report on Julie Nagel, and make it clear he didn't get it from us," the defense. In another exchange on May 6th, Kearney text messaged 5 photographs that appear to be pictures taken by the crime scene services section of Karen's car, including the taillight. Kearney then asked, "Can you walk me through what these are?" A later message from Natalie appears to be in response to the pictures. "Can you ask him if he put those phones from, if he can get those photos from the court?" Who is it? Why are you calling me? Hold on. I'm literally still on air. Hello. All right, sorry. Things happen. Got to do things. All right, here we go. This is big, though. You can see that it wasn't just them sharing information. Kearney was asking for permission. And now we were at the part, can you ask him if he can get those photos from the court? I'm just not positive they are public. Kearney responded, "And how did she get them?" Natalie responded, "They're in discovery, but I'm not sure they're public." And then that's the message where Karen says, "I am the accused, Aidan." And there's a, Tully didn't put it in there, but there's like a winky face in there too. Kearney later attempts to confirm he cannot talk about the photos on his show that night, to which Natalie responded, "Don't talk about those on the show tonight." Wow, Karen was giving him was literally controlling the content of his shows. On April 29th, Kearney asked if he can talk about or use different material on his YouTube show. Natalie, acting as intermediary with Karen, responds to Kearney, "Make it clear he didn't just get it from us, but don't show the exhibits, just read them. And please tell him not to share the title. It has Yannetti's initials in it, DRY, referencing David Yannetti." So it looks like Kearney was like getting material that was stamped to make sure it couldn't be leaked, and then Karen was saying, "Don't leak this, and if you do, don't share the title because it has identifying marks on it to track the document." In mid-May, Kearney sent Natalie pictures of himself wearing a t-shirt depicting a Google search bar with the phrase, "How's long to dying cold?" a reference to a piece of evidence in Commonwealth v. Reed. Natalie responded that she will ask Karen if he can wear it to court. Natalie later tells Kearney, "It's okay to wear the t-shirts, How Long to Dying Cold. I got the okay." Oh, Karen even authorized them wearing those shirts to court. Kearney responded, "Really? And you asked Alan?" An apparent reference to one of Karen's attorneys, Alan Jackson. Natalie responded. She replied, "Absolutely." Kearney was seen wearing the shirt at the July 25th court date, as shown in the pictures above. Over the course of the text message conversations, Natalie forwards personal information and pictures of many of the named witnesses above, including Jen McCabe, Chris Albert, and Colin Albert. In one part of the conversation, Kearney wrote, "Anything else I should talk about that I haven't hit in blogs yet? Feels like I'm out of new material." Oof. Natalie, that's fucked. Natalie stated a second person was acting as an intermediary between Karen and Kearney, John Silviera. Is that person on the state's witness list? Shall we take a look? I think we shall take a look. The state's witness list. Let's see. I have that here. I think I just got an updated version of it today, didn't I? Yeah. Witness list for the state. 3/13/2025. Wow, there is a lot of benefit to having all these documents indexed. And we're looking for the name John Silviera. I feel like I would have saw that name. Sullivan. No, it's not on there. Interesting. So Hank Brennan hasn't come across this one yet. I would have put John Silviera on there, I guess, in light of paragraph 50 here. Natalie stated a second person was acting as an intermediary between Karen and Kearney, John Silviera. That statement is corroborated in several text messages between Natalie and Karen. One such message from Natalie to Kearney one again, apparently authored by Karen, reads, he's confused. John sent a report beginning with the 12, and it was about Julie Nagel. Nothing to do with GG grand jury testimony on Colin. Kearney's next text messages, I won't use any grand jury testimony. Oh, that's a great look. I won't use any grand jury testimony. The formatting is obvious, different from the police reports. Several additional messages state, check your email, suggesting documents were sent to Kearney outside of the text messages. Oh, that's why they're going to find some shit on his phone. On several occasions, Kearney questions Karen's defense theories. Ooh. In one such case, on April 23rd, 2023, Kearney does not understand how Karen knows Colin Albert was at 34 Fairview Road when John O'Keefe arrived, because he wasn't there. Kearney sends the message, hey, need to talk to you ASAP, and it's really important for me to know how we know Colin was in that use. Jesus, another spelling error, Aidan. Use. It's supposed to be house. Natalie, as an intermediary, sent the message, and TB can't say the defense has had a source that Colin was there. And TB can't say the defense had a source. Wow. It's important for us and TB. Kearney responded, need to talk, emergency. And, well, I'm starting to lose confidence. Colin was in the house and I'm freaking out. Natalie sent the message, oh my God. Brian and Nicole and Chris and Julie all testified he was there. Yes, but not at the time John got there. But I can't send grand jury testimony because it's sealed. Kearney continued to ask questions. Natalie replied, she's signaling you, and check your signal. Kearney asked who, and Natalie responded, her. In a similar exchange on May 7th, Kearney wrote, not gonna lie, this is getting old. I don't like the riddle, put the clues together stuff. This isn't a board game. By now she knows that I can be trusted. What you told me means the 227 Google search makes no sense. Yeah, exactly. Must have been some... because there was no 227 Google search related to how long to die in cold. It was at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. And I think Kearney realized that after this weird exchange about when he figured out that Colin wasn't actually in the house when John and Karen arrived. During the interview, Natalie discussed a May 3rd court date for Karen's criminal case. This must be an MSP interview. Natalie discussed a May 3rd court date for Karen's criminal case. Kearney requested for someone to save him a seat in the courtroom. Karen arranged a seat for Kearney. On April 23rd, this is 2023, by the way, Karen sent the message, oh, wow, so she was saving him seats like back then, but after he got arrested, she really did, and like whatever, like blew her spot up with the feds. She started not saving him seats. Wow. You're a devious little... Alan Jackson calls Karen woman sometimes, which I was just like, you only call someone that, like, if you're one, like, actually a gentleman, strangely, but, like, if you're calling someone woman, it means you are in love with them. Like, and I heard him say it to her. He was like, woman. Or he was like, in the documentary when he was driving with Karen to court one day, he was like, don't don't get mad at me. I'm just the messenger, woman. And I was like, oh, yikes. I mean, not yikes in a bad way, but just yikes as in that's betraying a very deep level of your psyche to say that to someone. All right. So, but yeah, when I'm saying it there to Karen, I'm just like, I cannot believe you were being so obvious and in saving seats for him. And then you just stopped to, well, obviously the courtroom got smaller, but then you wouldn't do it for the trial. The seat arrangements is described in a May 2nd message sent by Natalie, acting as an intermediary, so speaking for Karen. I've tried to coordinate TB and John Donnie. My parents have a full row with their lawyer, my brother, Ingrid. He can sit right behind them. Who's Ingrid? Is that? There's one girl that I look at. She sits with Karen's family sometimes. I wonder if that's Ingrid. Is she like... I don't know who Ingrid is. Natalie recalled Kearney being invited to have lunch with Karen and her defense. Oh, yeah. Inviting him to the seaport was a terrible fucking idea. Natalie recalled Kearney being invited to have lunch with Karen and her defense attorneys, including Alan Jackson and David Yannetti, after the May 3rd, 2023 court date. A check of the phone revealed one of the first text messages to Kearney. Natalie stated, Karen and her team will likely be convening at the Omni Seaport after the May 3rd hearing. Kearney responded, I'd be happy to meet up with them. On April 28th, Natalie sent Kearney the message, Natalie sent Kearney the message, Turtle can meet with Alan on Tuesday, May 3rd, perhaps. Natalie stated she so that was Karen saying Turtle can meet with Alan on Tuesday, May 3rd, perhaps. Natalie stated she spoke with Kearney following the May 3rd court hearing. Kearney stated he was nervous to attend lunch with Karen and her attorneys as he would feel out of place. Natalie reassured Kearney he was welcome and stated it was a good opportunity for him. Kearney agreed and stated he was going to attend the lunch. Kearney sent Natalie a text message at 6:28 p.m. stating, we had a great time. Natalie would later mention Kearney having a nice time at the lunch. It should be noted that at all times Kearney was in California, did not attend any Reed court dates, and was relaying messages from Karen to Kearney. Yep. And what's really interesting here is that any of this stuff that's not on Kearney's phone is just going to work against him because the state already has the evidence through Natalie. So not only could there be more evidence on Kearney's phone, but this could also end up being used to prove Kearney deleted evidence. This is extensive documentation. Oh, it wasn't actually 19 to 31. It's 29 to 31. It's 19. It's right here. This is the big moment. On May 6th, Kearney texted Natalie, can I see the hairs? She showed me in person. The John O'Keefe's hair. Natalie then sent Kearney 2 pictures of what appears to be a hair next to a measuring tape used by CSS when documenting evidence. A hair was recovered from the rear of Reed's Lexus following the seizure of the vehicle. The recovered hair has been tested by the MSP crime lab and is currently the subject of ongoing motions. It ends up being like months. This was written in the winter of 2024, so it ends up being a little bit later. But Adam Lally gets the DNA evidence from Bodie Labs in Virginia right before the start of the Karen Reed trial, the first trial, a few months after this search warrant affidavit was written. And he wins the motion because John's DNA was found on Karen's bumper, and that's the hair that Kearney's talking about. They didn't have DNA tests back in the DNA results back in 2023 when Kearney was asking Karen about it. But my God, it was John's hair on Karen's bumper. Natalie then sent the message, supposedly the same hair. These photographs are not part of any public filing. Oh, that's even more devastating. Look at this record. She's done. She's cooked. It's over. Natalie plus Kearney, there's no way out. I'm sorry. Oh my God, they gave Natalie immunity. Oh my God. Oh my God. They really are going to give people immunity. Oh no. Oh no. This is very bad. This could go any number of very bad ways. They're going to have to give Natalie immunity. How do you even subpoena someone from California? I'm pretty sure it worked that way. But if she's going to do it voluntarily, they're going to have to give her immunity. There's criminal liability here, in my lay opinion. Oh my God. Did you all pick Natalie because she was in California? Did you think that was somehow going to insulate your conversations? Are you all out of your mind? Here it comes, folks. Here it comes. A check of the text messages from Natalie's phone reveals several instances where it appears Kearney communicated directly with attorneys Alan Jackson and David Yannetti. The first being on April 22nd, 2023. Natalie sends Kearney a message, did you talk to AJ today? And Kearney responded, just saw his text, gonna call him in a bit. On May 2nd, Natalie sent Kearney the message, calling as a lawyer, ask Yannetti about it. On May 5th, Natalie sent Kearney the message, tell TB from me, be strong, Aidan, get down for a day, but wake up and keep fighting tomorrow. Please call Alan and spitball your issues with him if you want to. And nothing gives you a shot in the arm like talking to AJ. Natalie later asked, "Did you call him?" And Kearney replies, "Just did." Guess what I think that's about? I don't even know if Tully put this all together, but I think I know what this is about. That paragraph 55 is about the fact, in my opinion, that Aidan Kearney was facing this investigation completely unrelated to the Karen Read case or anything like that, related to some blog he had written about some woman in Rhode Island, because Kearney had apparently potentially wiretapped the woman. Kearney used a Rhode Island number, even though the phone he was calling from was in Massachusetts, and as a result got himself investigated for wiretapping. Now, as a result of that investigation, I have it on, I am very, very confident in the information that the FBI, an agent from the Worcester field office named Samuel Weiner, called either the Holden police or people related to that ongoing wiretapping investigation in the spring, right around May of 2023, related to Aidan Kearney. Now, why would the FBI, right after this weird conversation between Aidan and Natalie and Karen about Aidan's problem and calling Alan, why would the FBI suddenly start intervening? Questions, folks. Questions. Look at that paragraph. That tells you a lot. Trace down what happened between the Holden police and that wiretapping situation and the intervention of the FBI, and you got this puzzle fully put together. You get an answer to that question? You figured this all out. And it's because I think Alan Jackson helped Aidan Kearney become a federal source. And in exchange, Aidan got a little bit of cover from the feds. Not a lot, and the cover ended quickly, but it existed over the summer of 2023. On several occasions, the nature of the relationship between Karen, her defense attorneys, and Kearney is discussed. In one such exchange on May 7th, Kearney stated he disagrees with Alan Jackson's theory of when O'Keefe was allegedly, quote, moved to the front lawn. Kearney wrote, "Keep in mind, Karen, AJ, and myself don't officially talk. It would be normal for me to have opinions that are different from the defense. Although we all agree that Karen had nothing to do with it, I made it clear that my theory of how John died is simply that, a theory. If there is more information I haven't been given, then you can prove my theory is wrong. I'm all ears." Natalie responded, "I hear you, Aidan. It's good to not be completely in sync. We are open to other theories." No, Natalie was like part of that team, huh? I wonder, I think there was some falling out between Natalie and Karen. I don't know exactly the details. I don't think it was because, I don't think it was just Natalie's perspective on the evidence changing. I think there was actually a falling out, although I don't know exactly the nature of it. I'm gonna have to think a little bit more on that one. In public settings, Kearney and the attorneys for Karen Read have denied communicating or mischaracterized the nature of their communications. Yeah, and this is the winter of 2024, very early in that year. On September 27, 2023, Boston Magazine, hi Gretchen, published an article about the homicide of John O'Keefe and Karen Read's defense. For the article, the author interviewed Karen, her attorneys, and Aidan Kearney. The article described Kearney's involvement in the case from April through the July 25th court date. After describing how the author interviewed Kearney at his residence, the article states both Kearney and Read's defense teams say they have never been in contact with one another. On October 3rd, 20th, 2023, an X account, formerly Twitter, associated with David Yannetti, at Boston Defender, posted a response to another post alleging Yannetti tipped off Kearney about the story. The post in part reads that he and I never communicated until after his first piece on the Karen Read case. That was a response to my mom! Tully cut out. Oh, Tully definitely knows who I am then. Well, obviously. But Tully definitely cut out part of this message because it was Yannetti being like, "I'm disappointed in you as a former colleague, Wendy." It was from August of 2023. He was like, "I'm disappointed in you as a former colleague, Wendy." And then he was like, "Kearney and I never talked. The defense never communicated with Kearney until after his first piece," which was obviously, based on everything Tully just laid out, not true. But it was my mom who got Yannetti to make that statement on Twitter. That is obviously now in hindsight completely false. Good job, Mom. Good job, Towel Mom. Everyone give Towel Mom a round of applause. Good job, Tal Mom. All right, let's continue. I observed text. Oh God, I'm not. How did this get up on social media? I mean, I've had this for months and months. I remember when it first went up because I did a stream a long time ago, kind of analyzing this, and now with the benefit of hindsight, I understand a lot more. But how the fuck did this go up? I mean, this is everything. Like, I mean, other people may have like put some of this together, but like this with the motion from earlier, the Brennan's winning that order for Kearney's phones, this is the whole fucking ball game right here. I mean, it's going to get way more intense in the next few pages, but I just can't believe this, that this is available. This is incredible, extraordinary, very unique. And yes, you really need to know what you're looking at to understand it word for word, but it's everything. Forget waiting. You all are seeing it right now. This is it. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, we don't need to play hidden ball trick anymore. This is it. I observed text messages between, oh dear God. Oh dear God. We're about to get into the part where we find out that Kearney was blabbing about the now confirmed as closed federal probe into John O'Keefe's death that was definitely pretextual. I observed text messages between Natalie and Kearney containing discussions about an investigation being conducted by the FBI and U.S. Attorney's Office. On one such occasion, in an April 23 message sent by Natalie to Kearney, not public, the feds have been involved longer than anyone is likely guessing. On April 28th, Natalie sends Kearney the following message. But I don't understand why TurtleBoy doesn't mention more that the feds are involved. The first assistant U.S. attorney, that's Josh Levy, they don't shoot and miss. They have a case. And way more, yeah, they shot and missed, Karen. And way more evidence than we do. I know this for a fact. Jen McCabe testifies this coming week. I'm not sure about the others. Oh, they have her leaking federally protected material. Oh, Josh Levy, you never should have told her that shit. You're out of your mind. Hank Brennan must be having the night of his life. This man, I don't know if I don't know what he does to relax. Play the harmonica, listen to Bob Dylan, smoke, well, I guess he could smoke weed. It's Massachusetts. I don't know. Whatever that, drink whiskey on the rocks, whatever that man does to relax, he's doing it tonight because this man has just won. He knows he's won. I wonder if he realizes, I think he knew when the order came down, but I wonder if he realizes that how few people in the public know. Some people know this was a very big moment. I saw them saying it. But I wonder if he realizes how few people realize how actually monumental it is. Yes, the people listening right now are realizing it. Be proud of yourself, Hank Brennan. Very impressive. Job well done. Job well done. Okay, so we just, now that paragraph 58 is explosive because that shows that this is bombshell after bombshell after bombshell. This is all coming in Karen's trial. Oh my God. I never thought this was going to happen. Oh my God. Kearney responds later on April 28th. Has there been any new information about the FBI investigation and handing out subpoenas? Natalie responded, no new info, just that they are already presenting the case to the grand jury as we speak, and the DA's office has been informed. That is confirmed, 1,000%. In late April 2023, the Norfolk DA's office was notified by the Boston U.S. Attorney's Office that witnesses involved in the Commonwealth v. Reed case were served with a subpoena for a federal grand jury. So there you go. Natalie from Karen had non-public federal information. In a later exchange, Natalie wrote to Kearney, bingo was a reference that you got the names of the AUSAs correct. And Kearney responded, oh, she spoke to David, I'm guessing. Hold on. Adam Deutsch Is there any way that that's not a reference to David Yannetti there, but is actually a reference to a line prosecutor named David, who was an AUSA that for whatever reason Kearney knew on a first-name basis? Very interesting. On May 5th, Kearney stated he heard a rumor 20 FBI agents were seen in Canton for a possible arrest. Now, this part's fucking wild, because this means that Kearney heard this rumor, went to Natalie, who went to Karen, who went to Josh Levy. Josh Levy told Karen to tell Natalie to tell TurtleBoy. 2 days later, Natalie sent Kearney a message that contained, in part, not public. Levy confirmed no swarms of FBI were in Canton 2 days ago. Oh, my God. You know what I mean? Like, Levy was talking directly to Karen. Not just that, but Karen was able to take information from Kearney to Levy and have Levy send back. This basically means Levy and Kearney may as well have communicated. All right. That's it. Hashtag subpoena Josh Levy. You've left Hank Brennan no option. You want to see a fucking bombshell? Put Josh Levy on that witness list. I would do it. Powell's got the balls. It's not a question of balls. It's a political question. I don't have any political alliances. I don't give a fuck. I'm like the auditor. Fuck all of you. It's what the voters want that matters. But Hank Brennan, it's definitely more political. And I would not subpoena a former U.S. attorney unless you are very, very, very certain. And you don't really need it. But I do think Levy might have really towed the line. Yeah, he's probably got cover because you can wheel and deal as a prosecutor. But Levy might have, forget about that. The corruption here may have actually been the old DOJ and Karen and her team. That's going to be one fucking, that's like 1999, 2000 WWF swerve style twist. It's like a good Hardy Boys book. Just realized now that the Hardy Boys were the mystery novel, and then also they reappeared again as the tag team in WWF. The reference to Levy is most likely, it is U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, First Assistant U.S. Attorney Joshua Levy. In a subsequent conversation, Natalie sent Kearney a picture of what appears to be an organizational chart of the U.S. Attorney's Office with the position of First U.S. Attorney circled in yellow. Natalie sent this message, no rush, but you can tell him Josh Levy is the first assistant. There's only one first assistant, and he doesn't typically prosecute. Like he never prosecutes. He just delegates to the assistants within the divisions, e.g. Adam Deutsch, but he's running this grand jury. So Deutsch was involved like from the beginning, and Josh Levy himself was running this grand jury. What is a favor to Karen? Karen! Oh, no. Karen. You did not. I'm not even sure I'm okay thinking about the implications of that. Are you fucking kidding me? You did not. I don't even know if it makes sense, okay? And that's what's freaking me the fuck out. Why would Josh Levy give a fuck? Yeah, Rachel Rollins might have a motive. Yeah, Dustin Chow might have a motive. But why would Josh Levy give a fuck? Why would Alan Jackson give a fuck? That's not where I expected this to go. I think I know this outside of the lawyers involved in the case and the parties. And I think I know this case better than most people. And I think I just saw it clearly for the first time. I don't like, first of all, I don't like the imagery I just saw. But I don't like the implications of what I just saw, but it all just lines up. It all lines up so well. Like, what the fuck? Why, Josh Levy? Why? Did somebody check if that man, I mean, I'm not looking into that man, but I'm just wondering now, like, was he married? Like, maybe not. Karen doesn't give a fuck, I would guess. But what the fuck? I'm shell-shocked right now. It's not right there, and you really would have to read between the lines. I don't even think Tully realizes it, based on what's written, how this is written. But I realize it, and especially now I know the Adam Deutsch context a little bit more, and I understand this. I don't think anyone was fucking pressuring Levy, although I'm sure Rollins was happy to go along with it, as was Chow. I think Levy was pot committed. Like Jackson, he was like, I'm going to do this for this woman. What? I don't. I'm almost afraid to be alone in a room with this woman. What does she do? Is she some kind of fucking succubus? Like, what is she, like, morph into some kind of, like just soul-consuming, like, entity? Like, is it her eyes? Like, I've described her a little bit like Maria Giancondio, the woman who was definitely the inspiration for the Mona Lisa. So I guess, okay? I guess I could see it. But I'm still utterly fucking baffled. I'm utterly baffled. And is that why their base is in the fucking seaport? All right, I gotta figure out what to do with this insight, okay? I gotta process it. I'm like 75% on this. That's the fucking story. That right there. It's not 100% there, but if Josh Levy's real motivation was personal, that's the story. That's it. That's the fucking story. Everything else was a splinter of that. Everything is explained by that. Everything. My brain is just exploding right now. It's like a well-earned fucking moment of catharsis. You just saw me in real time, I think, put the final piece of this together. I don't have it. I have the mosaic. I don't have every single tile. I don't have every single thread neatly tied up. I have a lot of it. But that right there was like the centerpiece. I didn't have a crucial piece of all of this, and I think I now see it, rereading this in context. Because remember, there's a lot of unspoken shit that, like, Kearney through Natalie and Karen through Natalie and whatever, they're speaking in code, really. But it's not really encoded very well. And I don't think Karen ever probably, like, exposed this, but she's talking in enough of a way that I can interpret that Levy cared about this on a personal level. That's where I'm getting at. And if that is true, I need to look, I want to figure this out. But if that is true, every single piece of this falls into place. Everything. It's extremely, this is bad. If this is true, this is worse than Whitey Bulger and John Conley in some ways. This could be the worst thing fucking possible. Like, splashed every front page. If this is indeed, if I'm right about this, which I'm pretty sure I am, it's the worst thing possible for the DOJ. I mean, not the new administration, the old administration. It just can't have happened. It can't. It simply cannot have happened. She's a fucking state murder defendant. And you got an active federal probe into her case that's getting leaked. I think some people picked up on this, like Bill McIntyre, the journalist on Twitter. I think he picked up on this. It wasn't just that Levy, was righteously trying to uncover stuff about this MSP unit. It's that Levy had a personal involvement in this case and was willing to just let Karen run amok. What are you, fucking Medusa, Karen? Is there are you wearing a wig? Do you have snakes under your hair that freeze people or something? Even me, right? I sometimes fall victim to the tug of my own humanity. And I do, I will drop everything. I think people realize that. I've done it multiple times, on stream, whatever. Okay, I get it. But I still have, I'm not blinded. I'm not, completely incapable of rational thought. And I would never in a million years, if I were in a position of public trust, ever, I feel strange enough being a journalist getting too close to some of these situations. I would never if I were in a public trust situation. And if that's what this is, there's no hiding it. It's coming out. Somebody's going to figure it out. And if that's what this was, that's the whole fucking story. That is the headline. You can't escape that. That is the whole story. TMZ, eat your fucking heart out. If I'm right about this, I swear to God, and it's starting more and more often to happen where I'm saying things and then it's just playing out exactly that way. If I am right about that piece of information in particular, you're damn fucking right. This Karen Reed retrial is not going to trial. She's going to plea out. I don't think she makes it through this next few weeks without taking a plea. She's got to. The March 28th is really the cutoff for me. I mean, maybe a little bit longer now because if you missed today's update in the Reed trial, one of the updates is the motion to continue the final pretrial conference until April 25th and then the jury impanelment or the beginning of jury selection until April 28th was denied. It was a joint motion from the state and Reed related to Reed's ill-fated federal appeal that's currently in front of the First Circuit. Judge Kearney denied that motion, but what Judge Kearney did allow is that we're going to start jury selection on April 1st, and then the jury's not going to be sworn, so double jeopardy won't attach until we revisit this issue of the federal appeal, hopefully before April 25th. Jurors can be impaneled and selected without being sworn. You know, they're told they're on the jury, they're not sworn in. And so Judge Kearney's thinking, we got 1,200 people. There was only 400 in the jury pool the first time. We got 12. I'm just imagining what Judge Kearney's thinking. You got 1,245 people this time. It's going to take us a long fucking time to get a jury. Brennan's going to be a fucking monster. We got a 3-page jury instruction or a jury questionnaire, which is permitted now with an extra page specifically about outside influence because of the Chisholm decision from SCOTUS, which ADA Laura McLaughlin very helpfully explained today during the motion hearing. Which, even though there were media seats open, I got down there at 2:30 or something. They were already in session, so towel was not permitted to go in, even though there were open seats. And also the regular court officers, some were there, but the chief wasn't there for some reason. So I was just a little bit confused, and the whole situation was weird. Anyway, I sat outside in the courthouse, and I just said, if a seat opens, let me know. They said sure, and then I sat there and watched it on my phone. So anyway, I know Laura McLaughlin made that argument because I was watching it on my phone as it happened upstairs. All right, let's continue. We're almost done with this document. My eyes are almost glazing over. Every day I'm like, I'm not going to do 4 to 5 hours again, and then I just do it because it feels like nothing, and I guess I really enjoy this. By the way, since we went like 3 hours without a pause, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks very much for joining my public information service and supporting that public information service. If you're benefiting from this information and my extensive explication of 30,000 words of a search warrant affidavit that ties into today's ruling giving Hank Brennan access to Aidan Kearney's cell phone for the purpose of a consciousness of guilt motion by way of a joint venture theory of admissibility in the context of witness intimidation between Karen Reed and Aidan Kearney. If you're enjoying this read-through of a document that is basically a preview of what I think Hank Brennan's going to be able to lay out for the court in that motion and then eventually for the jury by way of that consciousness of guilt, evidence, and instruction, I appreciate you being here. I also appreciate your support and donations. This costs money. I do this at a loss. It takes a lot of time and effort, and I need some help to eat and things like that. So if you are benefiting, you can send a donation. It's right above my head. You can also ask questions and send comments. You do not need to send donations to do that. The reason I ask is someone sent a Cash App the other day, was like, Grant, will you answer my question if I send you a Cash App? And I'm like, you can send me a donation, but I will answer your question whether you send a donation or not, because I think information and access thereof should be democratized. And if you want to ask a question, it doesn't matter if you have 1 penny in your account or $10 million in your account. It's the merit of your question that matters to me, or your comment, not how much money you have. So great, ask the question. If you want to send a donation because you have that ability and want to help, that's also wonderful. But that's more of a public service in the context of this public information service. But yes, thank you. All right, let's continue. All right, here we go. On May 3rd, at the May 3rd Norfolk Superior Court date, while in open court before Judge Kearney and television cameras, Attorney Jackson reported, federal authorities have now gotten involved in, so that was a few days later, in circumstances surrounding this case and have impaneled a grand jury, the federal grand jury, to investigate some of these circumstances. Following the court hearing, Alan Jackson, David Unetti, and Karen Reed spoke to the media on the front steps of Norfolk Superior Court. The Commonwealth later filed a motion requesting Reed's defense attorneys refrain from making extrajudicial statements. That gag order wasn't granted until like 2025. On July 25th, 2023, Attorney David Unetti filed a motion in Norfolk Superior Court entitled Defendant Karen Reed's opposition to Commonwealth's motion to prohibit prejudicial extrajudicial statements of counsel in compliance with Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct 3.68. Attorney Unetti addressed Attorney Jackson's statements regarding the federal grand jury. The Commonwealth's characterization of statements made by defense counsel, specifically those attributed to Alan Jackson, is misleading, lacks context, and is outright deceptive. Critically, the Commonwealth, in an effort to cast Attorney Jackson's statements in the most nefarious light possible, omitted the prefatory clause preceding the statement. What Attorney Jackson said prior to the statement was, it's been reported that, this is where they absolutely fuck him. Good job, Tully. So I don't know how Tully did this, but this is fucking genius. It's been reported that at the time of the statement was made, it had indeed been publicly reported that a federal grand jury had been impaneled. There is a marked difference between stating that something has been reported and revealing something that was previously unknown to anyone. This statement was not the defense revealing publicly that a grand jury had been impaneled, something about which the defense would have no knowledge, emphasis added. Instead, as Attorney Jackson stated, this was Ms. Reed's counsel reiterating what had been publicly reported. And there's a specific section of 3.6 or the reporter's notes that says you can't leak something yourself, have it reported, and then refer to it in the court record. That's the same thing as you leaking it yourself. And here, watch what Tully does. Tully catches Jackson and Unetti, and Judge Kearney can consider this. That was not true. This was a very serious material misrepresentation to the court, because the only reason TurtleBoy was able to publicly report it, as Brian Tully just laid out over 20 pages of evidence, is because Karen was leaking to TurtleBoy, and Hank Brennan's going to be able to use all this. The motion later states, Attorney Jackson merely reiterated what had been publicly reported. The asterisk above represents footnote 37 of the motion, which cites a TurtleBoy news article that had reported the federal grand jury investigation. Multiple witnesses in home where John O'Keefe was killed, subpoenaed by federal grand jury. FBI visits home, basement floor reportedly replaced. That was not true, the last part. even the whole context was out of context because the federal probe's now closed. There was no indictments, no charges, nothing. Dated April 20th, 2023. The first sentence of that TurtleBoy article reads, breaking news. According to reliable sources close to the matter, a federal grand jury has subpoenaed multiple witnesses who were in the home of BPD officer Brian Albert on the night fellow BPD officer John O'Keefe was killed. Karen, through Natalie, sent Kearney information regarding the federal investigation in real time beginning in April. It is reasonable to assume, since Natalie told Jennifer Altman, a friend of Kearney, on April 14th that federal law enforcement was involved, and Natalie began communicating with Kearney on April 17, 2023, that Karen or someone from her defense team provided the initial and subsequent information to Kearney regarding the federal grand jury. No evidence exists that Kearney is employed by either attorney, nor is he a client of either attorney. Yeah, exactly. On an August 29, 2023 YouTube video, episode 609, 17-minute mark, Kearney denies having ever spoken to Karen Reed. He described how a follower of his blog connected him with a friend of Karen Reed's, which is where he receives his information. He described the relationship with Karen's friend as follows. That's what journalists do. They talk to sources. Okay, Karen Reed is allowed to have friends, and they're allowed to talk to me. That doesn't mean I'm communicating with her or her lawyers. Oh, he misled his audience. I tried friend requesting Karen Reed, and it came back rejected. But she's not stupid, clearly. I asked her friend, obviously, can I talk to Karen Reed? Can I talk to her? And the answer is no. So what am I going to do? Oh, yeah, that was months in. That was August. On October 30th, 2023, Kearney appeared in a live YouTube show. At the 37-minute mark, Kearney is asked if he had ever met Karen Reed. Kearney responded, I've seen her in court. I met her family. I've talked to them. Not every day or anything like that, but I've had many pleasant conversations with them. But Karen likes to keep a distance, I think, between herself and me because they're after her, for one thing. They're after her. And number two, it just, affects my professional reputation if, she's my BFF or something like that. But I fully support her. I think after this is all over, her and I will be friends, but for now it's about business. That's weird. Several text exchanges suggest Kearney and Karen communicated directly without Natalie acting as an intermediary. I wonder if those are on Kearney's phones. These messages are in addition to the previously aforementioned messages asking Kearney to check his Signal. Natalie stated she never communicated with Kearney on the Signal app, and those text messages were informing Kearney that Karen was sending him messages directly on the Signal app. One exchange on May 6 involves Kearney disbelieving a portion of Karen's defense and is frustrated. He texted Natalie that he tried calling Karen. Natalie asked 15 minutes later, are you guys on the phone now? And Kearney responds, yes. And 45 minutes later, we're still talking. Natalie stated she believed Kearney and Reed spoke on the phone at length during this time. In another such exchange on May 19th, Kearney and Natalie are exchanging messages about whether Kearney should write about a certain topic. Natalie sent the message, let me run it by her. My bet is she says yes. The next message sent by Natalie, acting as an intermediary for Karen, is as follows. Yeah, he already asked me, but it's still his call. Karen Reed, indicating Karen and Kearney were speaking directly. Karen Reed has been interviewed by other media outlets, including ABC's Nightline and NBC's Dateline. She was interviewed by a reporter from Boston Magazine. She has not acknowledged speaking with Kearney. Furthermore, Karen took steps to provide Kearney non-public information while appearing to be distant, including using an intermediary, controlling what he can publish publicly, and using a messaging application outside of traditional text messaging. Following a falling out between Natalie and Karen in June of 2023, the text message frequency dramatically dropped. Natalie was no longer sending Kearney information related to the homicide after mid-June. On June 23rd, Natalie asked Kearney to talk to Karen about her being mad at Natalie. Kearney responded that he does not want to play mediator and be in the middle, which would be another insinuation Kearney and Karen communicate directly. Wow, and Kearney wouldn't help out Natalie, who had been helping him that whole time. A special prosecutor convened a grand jury to investigate the... Oh, that's why Natalie was so pissed. A special prosecutor convened a grand jury to investigate the intimidation of witnesses involved in Commonwealth v. Reed. A grand jury summons was issued to Verizon, requesting call details for two of Kearney's phone numbers. These must be the... Oh, this is what Brennan has. So this was just when they had their initial, call records from the Oh, you're fucked. You're all fucked. Oh my God. Aidan, Karen, oh my God. These are the two phones that that got searched, and Brennan now has the access to these phones. And these were the call records. This was just from the call records and from Natalie. Oh my God. This is just the weight of it all. It's stunning. It is the scope and breadth and just how it all ties together and the way the information can be confirmed, and Kearney's phone and Natalie's phone and the subscriber information and the Verizon record. Oh my God. The subscriber for these accounts is Aidan Kearney. A check of those records revealed 189 phone calls between these phone numbers and the phone number Natalie provided to investigators for Karen Reed. The duration of phone calls between Kearney and Reed totaled in excess of 40 hours. These conversations are in addition to the communications Reed and Kearney allegedly have on the Signal app. The first entry to communications between Kearney and Reed's the first entry to communication between Kearney and Reed's is May 7, 2023. The frequency and duration of the calls increased greatly beginning at the end of June. The communication continued through the fall and winter of 2023, with the last entry of these phones occurring on December 21st, 2023. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. They never spoke again directly after Aidan went to Lindsay's house. That's why everybody hates Lindsay, because inadvertently Aidan ruined this whole thing with Karen because he didn't listen to Karen's advice, went over to Lindsay's house, and then was blabbing to Lindsay about Karen's relationship with Levy. Oh my God. Oh my God. You all have just played the most high-level, complex, high school social drama game I've ever seen in my entire life, with very real-world implications and messing with some very powerful systems. A check of the phone records from Kearney's phone revealed communications with, oh my God, there's stuff on there with Alan and David too, and there's no privilege. A check of the phone records from Kearney's phone revealed communications with cell phones associated with David Unetti and Alan Jackson. A phone number ending in 5359 was checked through LexisNexis, a commercially available database, and was associated with David Unetti. The 5359 phone number communicates with Kearney's two phones 29 times, including 9 times from April 20th to May 2nd. A phone number ending in 0555 was checked through LexisNexis and was associated with Alan Jackson. The 0555 phone number communicates with Kearney's two phones 29 times, including 3 times from April 20th to May 1st. So each lawyer talked with Kearney 29 times. So Kearney had 58 total calls with Karen's lawyers and 189 calls, totaling over 40 hours with Reed. A check of the phone, so we just did that one. On October 10, 2023, Aidan Kearney was arrested pursuant to several arrest warrants issued out of Stoughton District Court. He was arraigned in Stoughton, D.C. on the same day, which was widely reported by local media. On October 12, 2023, Natalie received a call on her work cell phone from 0460, which is, so 2 days later, Natalie got a call from 0460, which is the main office phone number for Workman, Jackson, and Quinn, the California law firm of Alan Jackson. Natalie stated she did not answer the call, nor did she return the call. She stated she had never spoken to Alan Jackson, David Unetti, or any other attorney representing Karen and Commonwealth v. Reed prior to October 12th or since. So Natalie, there's no lawyer privilege because Natalie never actually spoke to Karen's lawyers. On December 20th, 2023, the Norfolk grand jury returned indictments charging Aidan Kearney with 9 counts of intimidation of a witness, 5 counts of illegal picketing of a witness, and 3 counts of conspiracy to intimidate a witness. Whoa. Those indictments were returned on December 20th? Holy shit. But the indictments already came back, so why did you go to Lindsay's on December 23rd? So Karen cut you off the day after you got indicted, and then but why did you think Lindsay was so central if the indictments why did it matter? Lindsay wasn't going to impact the indictments from October, or the initial charges that got bound over. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? And I know there was another grand jury as well that's been publicly reported after this weekend. And that was the grand jury into Karen and Aidan. And that's why Aidan was interested. Because Aidan was like, wait, my grand jury, I'm just spitballing here, but Aidan must have been like, oh, my grand jury just returned indictments, but now Lindsay's getting a subpoena to go to another grand jury? That must be about me and Karen. Oh, I get it. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. In December 2023, I communicated and interviewed, it's Lindsay Kearney, relative to ongoing conspiracy to intimidate witnesses of the Commonwealth v. Reed case. I interviewed her at her residence with another investigator. Back at this time, it was the beginning of 2024. Tully tried to redact the information at first, but given widespread media attention and ongoing intimidation of witnesses involved in this case, the witness will be referred to as the pseudonym Jane. I now wonder if they did that just to not give her any play, like just so people wouldn't know who Lindsay Kearney is. If that's the case, what the fuck, Tully? The purpose of using a pseudonym in this affidavit is to prevent the public disclosure of her name at this point in the investigation. During the in-person meeting, Lindsay relayed the following information. Lindsay stated she met Aidan Kearney in September 2023 after exchanging messages on Facebook Messenger. Lindsay stated she would communicate with two of Kearney's Facebook profiles, Clarence Woods Emerson and Aidan Kearney. Kearney states that she then began communicating with Kearney using the phone number ending in 9017. Kearney and Kearney met in person following a Commonwealth v. Reed court date and went to her apartment. After that meeting, Jaden and Kearney and Kearney then began having a romantic relationship. In the beginning of their relationship, Kearney stated he was close with Karen Reed's family. He would later state to Kearney that he speaks with Karen Reed every day. Kearney showed me a screenshot that Kearney allegedly sent her showing multiple calls on a certain day that showed Karen Reed signal audio in the call log. Oh yeah. Hey, Hank Brennan. You listening? Kearney told Jane that there was an intermediary between Kearney and Reed, a woman by the name of Natalie. Kearney stated Natalie and Reed were angry with each other. Kearney stated to Kearney that he then began talking to Reed directly. Oh, fuck! You all only got to really put this whole thing together because of Lindsay. Lindsay stated Kearney and Reed communicate using the Signal app because it is encrypted. Kearney stated she does not communicate with Kearney using the Signal app. So it wasn't his normal practice. Kearney stated Kearney runs everything by Karen, meaning all of the blog posts and social media content is approved by Reed prior to Kearney publishing. Kearney described Reed as difficult, controlling, and gets irritated with him. Kearney stated Kearney showed her material related to the investigation of the homicide of John O'Keefe, including the 911 call and cruiser footage before it was leaked on social media. On December 1st, 2023, Kearney posted a live YouTube video entitled Karen Reed Case, Jen McCabe 911 Tape Breakdown. The audio is in fact a voicemail recovered by investigators from John O'Keefe's phone that captures Jen McCabe calling 911 from a different phone reporting finding O'Keefe unresponsive. O'Keefe's phone was recovered by first responders on January 29, 2022. It is reasonable to assume only the Commonwealth and Reed's attorneys are in possession of the audio file. Yep. Kearney described one instance where Reed controlled what Kearney would publish. Kearney wanted to release the Canton police cruiser video footage he had obtained from Reed. Kearney asked Reed if he could publish the videos on his TurtleBoy platform. Kearney stated Reed said no to the request. Kearney was frustrated and contacted one of Reed's defense attorneys, Alan Jackson. Jackson approved the release of the video. Reed later found out about Kearney going to Jackson and was angry. During a November 28, 2023 YouTube live video, Kearney discussed the existence of the video from cameras affixed to the Canton police cruisers who responded to the scene, including the names of the officers whose cruisers had video. Wow. Kearney stated different sources of financial benefit for Kearney and his partners. Kearney stated Kearney is doing well with donations. Kearney had alluded to the fact that he did not pay for a Lexus SUV he recently acquired. Oof. Kearney made statements similar to, if my frugal mother ever found out I paid for the Lexus, she would be mad. And even if I didn't pay for it, what's wrong with that? A check of RMV records revealed the Lexus was purchased in the end of 2023. Further records revealed the vehicle was paid in full using a personal check. Kearney stated she was told by Kearney that Reed's attorneys were working with the U.S. Attorney's Office, specifically acting U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, Josh Levy. Kearney would talk a lot about the federal grand jury and Levy with Kearney. Kearney stated Karen Reed was interviewed by federal law enforcement. Kearney also shared other comments Kearney learned from Reed that are corroborated by other information known to this affiant. What the fuck, Tully? I know what that was. I think I know. Tully asked who was the target of the federal probe, and he got an answer he didn't want to put in this affidavit. Because there was no fucking target, at least of the John O'Keefe probe, but he definitely didn't like the answer about who the feds were looking at. I know the answer. Tully, why didn't you write it in the affidavit? God, I hate seeing behind the curtain in this way. I just hate it. That's a fucking slime ball move in some regard. I know what that sentence should actually say. And yes, it's wrong. Like, what Kearney was saying was Kearney being misled by Karen. But you can't, like, what the fuck? Disclose it. Like, be forthcoming and be like, he was clearly being misled. But it also goes to show, Tully in that fucking interview was asking questions about the federal probe. And he got an answer he didn't fucking like, and he didn't want to put it in there. Fuck. You fuck. Kearney was served with a summons to appear before the grand jury on December 22nd, 2023. Kearney learned Kearney was served a summons, and they agreed to meet at her apartment on the night of December 23rd. So she got served a summons 2 days after he just got indicted. He got indicted on December 23rd for the charges out of Stoughton, the initial charges from October. And then she gets a grand jury subpoena, which, you know, there was another grand jury into Karen and Aidan, clearly, because it no true billed in March of 2024. But Aidan must have fucking been apoplectic. Jane was served with a summons to appear before the grand jury on December 22nd, 2023. Kearney. Kearney learned Kearney was served a summons, and they agreed to meet at her apartment on the night of December 23rd. During this meeting, Kearney told Kearney to tell the grand jury she did not remember anything, delete evidence from her phone, and told her he would hire an attorney if she cooperated with him. What the fuck? Kearney later assaulted Kearney. He was charged for this, although the grand jury didn't indict on the assault. They indicted on wiretapping and WI, and the assault was no prost, which led to Medfield Police charging Kearney with A and B on family household member and WI. Kearney was arraigned in Dedham District Court on those charges on December 26th, and then when it gets bound over by the Superior Court, the wiretapping comes in. Okay, so 83. Here we go. We almost made it to the end. Based upon the foregoing facts, there is probable cause to believe that Karen Reed committed a violation of MGL 268-13B as to witness interference with Matthew McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Christopher Albert, Colin Albert, Juliana Nagel. It's Julie Albert, not Juliana. Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor. And this is Tully, by the way, who made these errors. And then the witness intimidation statute is laid out. And then 84. Based upon the following facts, there's probable cause to believe that Karen Reed violated 274.7 conspiracy by entering into agreement with Aidan Kearney by providing information, photography, material relative to her criminal defense and editorial oversight of blog posts and videos intended to harass, intimidate, and cause emotional harm. The information provided by Natalie Wiewicki, Berschneider, and Gattani outlines the close communication between Kearney and Reed. The communication had continued after Kearney was arrested and arraigned on charges of intimidation of a witness. Reed feeding Kearney information was not only providing her defense theory, as she did with the national news outlets. Reed and her attorneys and Kearney have publicly mischaracterized their relationship. The information fed to Kearney was later cited by Reed's defense counsel in a written motion. Kearney's statements of jury influence in preventing the case from reaching trial are clear motivation. Kearney and Reed are conspiring to commit witness intimidation. As the witness intimidation statute allows, Karen Reed has indirectly intimidated and harassed the witnesses named in this affidavit. Evidence of such crimes will be found on mobile electronic devices used by Reed to communicate, harass, intimidate, and receive information. On December 23, 2023, I applied for and was granted a search warrant on a Norfolk Superior Court 2358 SW0013 to seize any cell phone presumably used by Karen Reed. Efforts to locate Reed within the 7 days of issuance of search warrant were unsuccessful because she fled to Florida. I think we're going to see that. On January 9, 2024, I applied for and was granted a search warrant on a Norfolk Superior Court 2482 SW003 to obtain the real-time location information of the cell phone associated with Karen's phone, and a separate search warrant 2482 SW002 to seize the device. I served the search warrant on Verizon and began receiving location information on the afternoon of January 9th. The location information suggested the phone was at the residence of Reed in Mansfield. On January 10th, I obtained a search warrant from Stoughton District Court 2455 SW0005 to enter the residence and execute the search warrant to seize the cell phone. After obtaining the Stoughton District Court search warrant and traveling to Mansfield to execute the search warrant, the phone location began to move north. So basically, between when Tully got the search warrant and when he went to execute, a very short amount of time, drive from Stoughton to Mansfield, the phone began to move to the north to the seaport area of Boston. Given the wide radius of the location information, basically they weren't tracking her very closely. They were only seeing it move every 15 minutes, and the density of the area, the decision was made to monitor the location information overnight. The following day, January 11th, the phone location suggested the phone boarded an airplane at Logan Airport and traveled to Sarasota, Florida, where it remained for the duration of the time frame authorized by the search warrant. Yanetti's sister's got property in Sarasota, and then also Karen's got a connection to her friend Kat or whatever down there. Digital forensics, and they got money. Kat and her husband have money. Digital forensics is a branch of forensic science encompassing the recovery, preservation, investigation, examination. And digital forensic software allows forensic examination. Do not allow for daytime. I request permission to seize all data of all mobile devices. Based upon my training experience, internet searches, storing large amounts of data, and Bluetooth. I know that people are able to commit additional criminal offenses. Those who commit criminal offenses communicate with their co-conspirator prior to or following, communicate via text, digital devices, internet files, just covering all the different types of search material he wants, telephonic capabilities, internet searches. Consequently, there is probable cause to believe that the historical GPS data associated with the cell phone will contain recorded evidence of the physical location of the associated device, where it's moving. All right. This information. All right. The cell phone itself, and we don't even know if Karen's phones will ever come in, but Tully thinks that, and this means it's on Kearney's phones too. The evidence for which probable cause exists include data evidencing ownership, custody, or control, electronics devices, email, billing records, social media account. Data evidencing dissemination of data depicting evidence of intimidation of a witness, of any witness and family member, John O'Keefe. Data evidencing the ongoing conspiracy with Aidan Kearney to intimidate witnesses. So then Tully he only wants to seize the devices because they need to run a taint team because there's a lot of attorney-client protocol. And then I don't know if he ever actually got the search warrant. But Karen's data could come in too. Wow. Holy shit, folks. Well, it took how many hours? Over 4 hours, 5 hours, but I think I've sufficiently previewed to you what the implications of Aidan Kearney's cell phones coming in the Karen Reid trial are. Now, I'm quite tired. I am going to take a look at some of your comments. I really appreciate all your support. Grant Smith Ellis, Kerry Gold is my channel, youtube.com/Grant Smith Ellis. But thank you for directing people. Let me go back. Let me see. I'm going to try to look at some questions. I talked for a while there. All right, let me pick up. Aidan, Goldie says Aidan and Karen Reid are definitely their own worst enemy. Murder by Maestro said Brennan should be able to pick up any differences between the communications on Aidan's phone and Karen's phone to show what she deleted, right? Or what Aidan deleted. Exactly right. And that's an even bigger deal because spoliation can lead to a negative inference against the party. A negative inference means it can be held against you if you can prove the material was deleted. Deleting it can be held against you. Kerry Gold said, I had dropped a few shorts about this case a few years ago, realized then that a mob had formed. Even if Karen admitted guilt tomorrow, the mob would still cry innocent. I think they would say they just want her to be okay. They wouldn't cry innocent. They would be like, I hope she's okay. They are too easily led. Ashtara says, glad you were covering this. Happy to do so. Goldie says, yes, thank you, Grant. Murder by Maestro, fiddling around with their apps and screenshots, and they handed it over to police anyway. Yep. Snow Remover says, yep. Season says, oh my god. Murder by Maestro laughed. Snow Remover, no such thing as a private chat. Goldie Lauren says, wow. Is this from that one recorded police interview with Natalie? It's from Natalie's phone, Murder by Maestro. They have the whole thing. How were charges not brought before this on Karen? They know True Builder in March of 2024, but I think they didn't get a lot of new evidence until Aidan's phones were searched in November of 2024, and then there's some other things that happened in May where some group chats were leaked that showed Aidan saying some very incriminating things, but I don't think those actually got leaked till the fall of 2024, so it was just a matter of what evidence was in the possession of the state and when. But some of this is only on the word of Natalie. No, it's not based on Natalie's word. It is her whole phone extraction. They are using communications that they did get. They refer to communications that they didn't get at times. Right, those are what are most likely on Aidan's phone. Tully has her phone. Yep, Tully has Natalie's phone. Tully has Karen's phones. Tully has Aidan's phones. Broyles is a creep. I agree. Jason catfished me, and now I have a thing for bald, creepy men with lisps. That's hilarious. I swear it's like asking my grandma to roll a tobacco cigar. They are so messy. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Can TB's, this is No Strays Entertainment, can TB's messages saying he doesn't believe K.R. story be used against him at consciousness of guilt in his witness harassment case? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I would move. I don't know if that's going to trial. I think they're going to plea somebody out. But if that gets to trial, I could see a consciousness of guilt play from Special Prosecutor Cosgrove. Sure. Makes sense, too, to invert it, use Karen's, his messages about his knowledge that Karen might have been fuddling around with the PR. Sure. What about the immunity Tully promised her? I get the sense that if Natalie gets called, she's going to get immunity. She called Karen late, and Knight told Natalie she needed a break from talking to her, but she called her many times per day. Karen got annoyed and cut her out as the middleman. So let me see. Metro S. Grant says Natalie called Karen late at night, and Natalie called Karen late at night, and Karen told Natalie she needed a break from talking to her, but she called her many times per day. Karen got annoyed and cut her off as the middleman. I see. Towel Mom. Yeah, good job, Towel Mom. You should read TB's version. Google TurtleBoy Natalie. He wrote a bunch of BS. Someone says, good job, Towel Mom. Third, good job, Towel Mom. Oh, yes, if everyone could hit the like button, and if you want to subscribe, that would be really great. I do a lot more content on Twitter, and there's a lot more people watch over there. But if you like commenting and engaging and you want to see more of these YouTube streams, definitely subscribe, hit the like button, and we'll try to build up this YouTube channel, and slowly but surely maybe more people will watch here. And there's already a lot of good engagement, but as many people watch on X, I think the YouTube is very good for engagement. Hold on one second. Yeah, damn right. And cite to where the exhibit comes from, Julie Carpenter. Talking to you. Julie Carpenter, cite whose phone that exhibit comes from. What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm talking about people starting to figure out that it was Lindsay who put this all together. It was Lindsay Gattani. And I don't care how loyal some of you are to Kate Peter. Fuck Kate Peter. Show respect to Lindsay fucking Gattani, who put most of this shit together. And now you got these people trying to suppress her story because they did very bad things to her. Somebody stand the fuck up and say something. You all who philosophize disgrace and criticize all fears. You all sanctimonious fucking cowards who stand out there and invoke justice in the name of protecting the vulnerable, just cast this woman the fuck off. Why? Because Kate Peter doesn't want to play ball with that, with what happened to Lindsay's story, because she was involved, Kate Peter, allegedly with misconduct in the orbit of that story? Fuck all of you. What the fuck? Well, you're no better than fucking turtle riders when you engage in that fucking bullshit. Fuck you. How do you sleep at night? You're terrible fucking humans. Sellout cowards. Unworthy of being able to enjoy even the semblance of happiness, because your soul is darkened and blighted by compromise. It's disgusting. It infuriates me. It is one of the most disgraceful components of this trial, that you sanctimonious fucking hypocrites go out there and talk about justice while at the same time operating as a fucking hit squad because somebody says that a specific perspective is inconvenient to your fucking allies. Fuck you. That's cowardice. Bullshit fucking cowardice. I don't know how you sleep at night. It's disgusting. That is perhaps the most abhorrent component of all of this. So tribalistic, so cultish on both sides. Some of you treat Kate like a cult leader, some of you treat Aidan like a cult leader, and the rest of you are just blinded by Karen's fame. At least some of you think straight and wave your towels and stand as independent voices among this chaos and try to speak up. But even you, how much do you all go out defending Lindsay Gattani now that you realize the context of all this shit? Why? Because you or your friend or someone else's friend gave you an order not to, because it came down from Kate Peter's strange digital Discord room? Fuck you. Grow a fucking pair. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks very much for being with me. Let me go back. I think I didn't even get close through all the comments. Someone said they see Hank Brennan as a whiskey and blues kind of guy. Oh, God, I'm way back in the comments. He does play the harmonica. Politicians are the same. I agree. I has to be a succubus. She sent Levy the same text she sent Higgins. We're from the same neighborhood. Then she chased Josh Levy down the street with the weed whacker, saying she's the wife of a Boston cop. Rumors Levy is friends with her dad. I asked Bill Reed if he knows Josh Levy directly, and he said no. He could have lied to me. TB went to jail behind her and was gushing because she sat next to him in court today. Yeah, it is a little weird. I think he's a little infatuated with Karen. Why did Hank Brennan win the motion for the phones for consciousness of guilt? Your opinion. Yeah, he won the motions for the phone because Lampron gave him the opening, and now he's going to move under Mahoney for a consciousness of guilt instruction by way of a joint venture, which doesn't require underlying criminal charges. They sent all these messages to the tune of Pink Panther. This is diabolical. This is what I was saying. Aidan is posting on X right now that there's no problem because there's no text on his phone to Karen. Yeah, no, he's fucked. Why do women find TB attractive? I don't know. I don't really understand human looks, so I can't answer that question. Aidan posted 5 minutes ago saying the CW are not getting any of this info. They are only getting it. No, that's wrong. He's got to read the fucking order. Let's see. Thank you. Aidan isn't sending. Hold on. I just jumped forward. Let's see. Aidan. Yeah, we know that. All right. Aidan isn't sending Karen no damn donations. On a side note. Oh, yeah, we did my channel. Where has Kat and her husband been? Yeah, who knows? Her husband got arrested at one point. I found the lockup photo. People are saying I'm wrong because other night Glare raised $24K. Okay, but there was 4 talking heads on screen, 30% straight to YouTube, 30% tax. That's how under 3K each. Yeah, they're not giving a lot. Karen should be paying them, and she is with their donations. I wonder if Grant knows. Thanks. TBU signaled a message KR. Yep. I worked it out. You got to search without the spaces. Grant Smith Ellis. Yep. I never heard of a succubus until tonight. I learned lots from Grant. I got that from South Park. Isn't the interview recording between TB and Natalie still on YT? Not TB and Natalie. Hold on. Where were we? Not TB and Natalie. Tully and Natalie. I don't know about that. Fox25 asked KR, if you're not responsible, who did it? AJ said we don't know. How do they reconcile with the third-party statement in court? They can't. They have no third-party defense, and it's going to get denied. You demand, Grant, keep up these streams. Thank you, Hillbilly Nitro. I don't keep track of the Lindsay story. You should. It's very important. Lindsay in that brief was Jane. Lindsay is central to all of this. The only reason she doesn't get more attention is that it's inconvenient for some of the powers that be that Lindsay's phone extraction, while it was in the possession of MSP, was manipulated to remove messages from Brian Tully and Kate Peter before it was then leaked by Brian Tully himself to Aidan's lawyer and then used as fodder for the Turtle Riders to distract attention away from Jen McCabe, in my opinion. So, fuck Kate Peter and fuck anyone who enabled that shit. And as much as I respect Brian Tully for writing that document, I'm very concerned about what Mr. Tully was involved with, or Detective Lieutenant Tully was involved with as well. Wouldn't that be on Karen's phones? Yes, it's on Karen's phones, but instead of using Karen's phones against her, it's much better to get it in through Aidan's phones or Natalie's phones. Less evidentiary issues. Some dude pulled a chunk. It was disgusting. Seems like one of Karen's phones was bricked. Yeah, she might have bricked it. I wouldn't be surprised. But again, they have it through a bunch of different ways. Let's see. We got a decent number of votes on the poll. 84% says Karen's going to prison as a result of TurtleBoy's phones being turned over to Brennan. 16% say no. All right. We've gone through a lot tonight. I think I'll join you again maybe tomorrow. We'll go over some of the motions in limine. We'll see. I don't know if we're going to get any rulings. There's another hearing next week. I think it's on the 25th at either 11 a.m. or 9 a.m. Got some more motions that came in from the Commonwealth. We got to find out about the buffer zone. A lot of things to go through. We can take a little bit of a look, I suppose, at Karen leaving court today. Why not? And then I gotta actually go and not just continue doing 7-hour streams. Apparently the upper range of the human vocal cord's ability to speak is like 3 hours, and I can speak for 6 hours straight just by myself without interviewing anyone, and it's not even a challenge. I wake up the next day and it's like I just went about my regular business, and I'm not really sure what that means. I don't know what I should do with this ability. I must have just talked for so long over the past 10 years while doing all these CCC streams and otherwise that I've just developed incredibly strong larynx and vocal cord muscles. It's incredibly useful. I'm honestly shocked it's possible. I think there is an upper limit of the human voice and its ability to function, and I should have hit it, easily 90 minutes ago. That, according to some of the medical literature that I've reviewed. But nope, my voice right now probably sounds very similar to how it did at the beginning of this stream. Not really sure how that's possible. Anyway, setting that aside, let's take a look at, that's the witness list. So why am I on the witness list? That witness list is helpful, but what I really want is to go back to Twitter. All right, so what are we going to take a look at? Oh, yeah, let's take a look at Karen Reed walking out of court, and that's how we'll close this.
Let's go for time.
She might have something to say.
I know. Remember, Grant, nice, Grant.
I'm waiting to see if she has something to say.
I'm not going to say that. I'm telling you, I will elbow the shit.
Don't elbow me.
Don't do it.
Karen will get mad.
There's dynamite in there. Yes.
I was defending Mike on Twitter. Did you hear?
No, I don't do it.
Well, you should.
When you found out about the first hearing.
This is a friend of mine. I wanted to meet you. This is
So nice to meet you, Ella Jackson. Oh, bless your heart. Bless your heart. I hope everything's okay. Oh, my goodness. Well, thank you. Thank you for all the support.
I'm sorry? Oh, no, honey, thank you.
Anything strike you today, Karen, is particularly good, bad, different? No comment today. All I can ask you is, you know what? Move it up. Let's go with it.
Karen, what's the Lexus GPS data they're going to show?
Time.
That was a fair question.
No, you can ask him when he comes out.
Who?
Hank.
That's true. Also, I got David yesterday to comment on my "The War on Drugs is the War on Us" shirt.
Hi, David. Hi, what's your name? Nice to meet you, Josie. Well, thank you. You do too. Oh, okay. Well, I taught my daughters to shake a hand like you do, so you've got good parents. You want to come right in the middle? Is it okay if we put our arms a little bit around? Okay.
Bobalessi slowly earning my respect. I don't necessarily. I haven't seen a lot of people, but he's winning me. That was nice. Yeah, that was a good question.
Take care. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm going in the back. Hey. I'm going in the back. You need a break. Your legs need a break. I'll drop my phone again. Yeah. That's a real good thing. I want to see what I'm sorry?
No shotgun for you today?
Oh, you know what? Karen's taking over the
Directing traffic, Dina?
Well, I could be yelling things and just getting a shot.
No, Tuesday. Thank you. Was it? I didn't watch it.
Good job, guys.
Bye, Allison.
Safe. See you then.
I don't get a bye. And I was nice too.
Bye, Grant.
Good job, Grant.
Well, I guess my mic point didn't actually make the biggest deal because I was just commenting on my own video. But anyway, thank you very much for being with me. I played a little bit of a clip there of Karen walking out of court today. I thought that was funny in a number of ways. I was also saying in there, I don't know if you heard it, I think Bobalessi is slowly winning me over. David Yannetti already won me over. And then I was saying, it's ridiculous. Karen said bye to everyone else, and she didn't say bye to me. And then I was also saying, isn't it funny? They're like at the end there, well, at least Grant isn't yelling. He just wants his shot of Karen in the car. All right, folks, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm so thrilled you stayed with me for so long. I had such a fun time talking with you for so long. I think I was talking a little bit earlier, if my mic didn't cut out, about how I don't think it's normal for human beings to speak for 4 to 5 hours in a row, uninterrupted, without breaks, and without anyone else to talk to. But I personally enjoy it very much. If you enjoyed this stream, if you want to show support, if you want to see more of these streams, one, liking and sharing the stream, and my channel, which is youtube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis, or You can find me on other social media platforms at Grant Smith Ellis. That helps. And then if you want to subscribe to this channel or like this video from within the video, that helps too, in particular, from what I understand. That said, if you also want to send a donation, you, after 5 hours, there's no commercials, there's no sponsors, it's just you. It's like PBS. It's a public information service. And if you want to see it continue, it helps if you send along some donations. It goes towards food and medication that insurance doesn't pay for, and streaming software, and all sorts of good things. And obviously, you saw we don't do super chats here, me and my single moderator. And so if you do ask questions, it has nothing to do with whether or not you send donations, and your ability to ask questions will never be tied to donations. So those of you who do send donations, it's not like you get any benefits. It's just you're supporting a public information service. There's no gimmicks, raw information, raw knowledge. If you want to see more of that, you got to support it. I'll keep doing it, but you supporting it is a sign that it's something that I can actually keep doing. All right, folks, let me check the comments one more time. Let me see. I feel like AJ starts every sentence with his name. I'll have to look up the Lindsay angle. Thank you, Kerry Gold. That's great. I appreciate it. It's the herbal cigars. Yeah, that's why I can talk for so long, smoking the herbal cigars. AJ's bless your heart. It's just different levels of scrum. Thank you, Grant. Very informative stream. Subscribe and share on all your things. Yes, thank you, friends. It's been so good to see you. I'm thrilled to have done this stream with you. I really do have to go, though. I literally, you saw me like take calls in the middle of the stream. There's stuff I got to talk about, parse through, digest, think about. Thanks for listening to me. I'm so grateful. Thanks, Maui Swift, Murder by Maestro, Kerry Gold, Metro West Granite, Pilgrim Show, No Stray Ents, Goldie Lawrence, Tamika, Sammy G. There's so many of you. Goldie Lawrence, if I didn't say you already, Astara, Seasons, The Pilgrim Show, so many of you. I'm so great to see all of you. It was so great to see all of you and spend some time together. We'll do this again soon. And yes, I really do have to get out of here now. We'll come back, as I mentioned, for the Motions in Limine for another stream in the next day or two. I'll look forward to seeing you then, and enjoy the rest of your Thursday night. Although if you're in Europe, like Murder by Maestro, it's already Friday, so enjoy your Friday morning. Try to get some rest. God bless everyone. See you soon. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks for being with me tonight.